All right, we're going. I am continuing the China Millennium Dawn multiplayer game from last session. I finally managed to get into a game where I could play China. I left a little early last time because I was exhausted. I'm definitely pretty tired, but I think I have enough energy to get through today's game. So, I've been wanting to play China in an MP game for so fucking long in MD, and I could never get it because I'm trying to be like democratic in my Discord and like not let myself pick first. But we've managed to get on in this game. So I did leave for a couple hours. I'm not sure how far the AI went. Let's take a look to see what it did on the focus tree. One system, good. They did some of their Diplo stuff. We went with a pragmatic approach to Japan, so we worked with Japan. How's it going, nerd? I'm doing good, man. Doing pretty solid. Okay, mega projects are being continued. Well, politically, what did the AI do? Still at Hushintao. Alright, so it looks like the game actually did not go for too much longer after I left. We criticized America and Korea. Interesting. Disengaged from Pakistan. Let's cancel this. I wanna redefine our foreign policy here. I don't want the AI to do it. So let's build the let's see, high-speed rail. We'll get going on a high-speed rail campaign in China. We need to connect it. We're gonna basically modernize. We're gonna build up our economy, and then we're gonna become really aggressive. And we do have a factory count of 392 factories now, so we're in very good shape. It's 2005, so by 2005, not too bad. Let's make sure we're building what we need to be. Yep, all civs, good to see it. I think they turned off AI and so they keep going. China #1. Damn right, Earth, how you doing? Earth, next Sunday. Oh, you DM'd me, okay. Oh, you're gonna play in the U4 game. Earth, do you know how to play EU4? I know the basics, for sure. Yeah, well, there's plenty of stuff open. You feel free, if you want to be like the governor of Cuba or Mexico, let me know. I did manage to get a co-op for the next EU4 game. Merlin, who's been helping me out in chat a little bit, he's going to co-op me next Sunday in EU4, so I'll actually have someone to help me with Spain, so I don't have to spend my whole time micromanaging. Jesus, today was brutal. Fun, but brutal. All right, so when we left off last time, we were focusing entirely on industrializing China. We've gone a long way towards doing so. We have almost 400 factories. No debt, of course. Massive foreign investment, 1.7 trillion. So in 2005, we are going to continue to industrialize, but we are getting ready to rebuild our Navy and military. I want us to have a Blue Water Navy, and I want us to get a modernized military on mainland Asia. And we are going to start to get much more aggressive. The group that I'm playing in is, I'd say, more casual roleplay, so it's much more warlike, as you can see by, yeah, puppeted Ukraine, puppeted other places. So we're going to need to be very aggressive in this game. You're like Brandenburg, yeah, they're fun. You're on the EU4 grind while editing. Hell yeah, Earth. Man, the editing grind is brutal. I kind of took a week off from the grind, which I'm sure the YouTube algorithm will fucking hate. The YouTube algorithm is very unforgiving with not posting constant videos. Like, fuck, man. Are you playing IRL China or Maoist China? IRL China, kind of semi-hissed. Be glad that the AI didn't do anything too bad with the focus tree, as that was a long and big of a focus tree. Yep, true. This is a save game. It's the second session of a previous MP game I played last Sunday.
I was gonna let you know, we got news that foreigners were being killed in Pakistan. Do you have any statements about this? As I know that you are closing ties with them. And
that's very disturbing reports. Well, where exactly did they come from?
Boy, there's no
I got some from intelligence agencies from the
Look,
from the what is it? The UN and Red Cross, that foreign tourists and just humanitarian.
Is this associated with the Pakistani government, or is it the rebel groups that still hide out in the mountains, though?
That is a piece of information I did not receive, but I was told that it was foreigners that were being killed.
That is very disturbing. The CCP will look into this matter, and if we determine that to be true, we will, of course, withdraw all support for Pakistan. But we will need concrete support before we can make any major foreign policy changes.
Of course, I will.
I appreciate you bringing this to my attention, Mr. Poon.
Absolutely. I want to make sure that the relationship between us and the rest of the world is not uh, impeded or negatively impacted by the actions of a few bad apples in a country that neither of us,
Indeed.
I presume, at least on the Russian end, have much of a clue about. So as long as you are confident and you are willing to,
We would like to try and maintain ties with them if we can, as we are going to be preparing to undergo our Great Belt and Road Initiative, and we would like to Pakistan to be one of the cornerstones of it. But if that has any truth to it, we will have to dramatically reevaluate that stance.
all right, then I will look into it on my end, as well as reach out to humanitarian groups in the area, and we will see
Wonderful.
where
I will have a member of the
goes
Ministry of
next.
State Security send an attaché to Moscow to be able to collaborate with you in determining the root cause of that tragedy.
Of course, I will keep the folks in Beijing very updated on what I find,
Wonderful.
What our team finds, and hopefully we can keep transparency between each other as high priority.
I hope so as well, as we greatly value our relationship with Russia and wish to continue to obviously build up the SCO as well as collaborate against the oftentimes very aggressive diplomacy we've seen from NATO in the West.
All right, then I will be on my way, as I have some meetings to attend to.
Of course, thank you for your time, Mr. Putin.
Of course. Goodbye.
Thank you for the gifted sub, boy. I appreciate it, man. It's their boy, right? You're the one who's helping with the mega campaign, I believe. I appreciate all your help, man. Thank you for the sub. And thank you for the raid, Richard. Oh, how's it going, man? How was your EU4? I hope you had a good time. I saw you were doing an MP game. I got a little bit of it, but I had to go take a break from streaming for this game. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Hope you had a good game of EU4. How's it going, guys? I'm Hammurabae. I am a strategy streamer, mainly Hearts of Iron, and now a lot of EU4 because I'm really getting into the multiplayer of EU4. I do a lot of roleplay stuff, so if you ever see me, I'm probably doing a roleplay game 9 out of 10 times because I really enjoy it, regardless of the game. So, and thank you for the follow there, Whiskey and Seether. I did get re-rated. Yeah, thank you for the re-raid, man. I appreciate it. I'll have to check out your games too. You host, Richard, you host MP, right? Where do you find these RP games, by the way? Been looking into getting into that. There's a lot of good servers. We host them in our server, in my server, but the one I really recommend is the Paradox Community Roleplay server, which I can send you a link to. They're the top tier ones. They have great games for Hoi 4 and for EU4. Let me give you a link to that if you're interested. I'm not affiliated with that server, but I play a lot of games there, and the quality is fantastic. So if you want to get into roleplay, that's the server to do it. I actually got it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's very rare that I pronounce something right, so I'm glad to hear that. For sure. I appreciate it. I'll check out your server too. I'm getting more into EU4, so I might join that. Do you host primarily casual games, Richard, or what do you mainly host? I'll have to check it out too, because I'm getting on the EU4 kick. It's a rabbit hole though. I already have like what 2,400 hours in EU4. All right, anyway. All right, we are going to be focusing primarily on building up the Belt and Road Initiative, as China has developed enough domestic industry that we can start to begin to flex our economic muscle internationally. Now, the Belt and Road Initiative is a massive, massive project we wish to undergo throughout Asia, South America, and other regions that are interested in collaborating with China. It allows us to invest abroad with nations that are willing to support us, have trade flow into China, and of course out of China, as well as establishing good relations with those countries. Now, we have three main options. We can go with a Korean company, a German company, or an American company. So I think we're going to have talks with the Germans who have very close relations with. Mostly bounce around, to be honest. I highly recommend Theresa May's server for more low rule / competitive play. Well, I'm not really interested in comp. Do you do more casual? Because I like casual. I have no interest in comp games. I can tell you that. I don't like comp too much. Also, I will join Sunday or Saturday if college doesn't casually get me a spot on the bow game for one of those games. Oh, for sure. Hell yeah. Both having a big game then. Okay, let's. There is a German player, I believe. Yeah, Jimmy. Oh, wonderful. He's fun to roleplay with. Okay. Hello there.
Hello. Who am I speaking to?
It's when Herr Schroeder has a moment, would you mind coming and talking with the Chinese? Is Jimmy AFK?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no worries. When do you have a time?
Yeah.
China, Beijing requests your presence. Until we speak with them, we will do another focus, though, because we need to decide who we wish to go forward with. In the meantime, we'll build a Nanking International Airport to become a tourist destination, as China's great history offers much in that regard. It's entirely fair that comp games are more for Hoi 4. Oh, I know. Fuck. Yeah, I got so burned out on this. Hello there, Herr Schroeder. Thank you for coming from Beijing.
Yes, how are you doing?
I am doing quite well. China's economy blossoms, and as it does, we begin to look out into the world. Now, Herr Schroeder, as you know, China does not have many truly domestic economies and many technologies. So we are looking abroad for a company to be able to... Hold on, let me change this song. This is not the right one. It's the Hitler speech one. I want to skip that.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Okay, let me turn that down. I do apologize. So we are looking for an international rail builder and infrastructure company to partner with in doing our new Belt and Road Initiative. Now, there were two candidates that really came to mind, Amtrak in America and the Deutsche Bahn. However, due to our historical economic relationship, your investments in the past, and the well-known quality of German manufacturing, we wish to approach Deutsche Bahn first to see if we can be able to make an agreement to help us develop our own infrastructure and the infrastructure of the Belt and Road Initiative internationally.
Okay, what sort of deal are you thinking?
So we would be willing to offer you 150 billion in investments. I don't know if you have building slots left.
Let me check. I have some in
I have an
in the Rhineland. I have a couple.
Wonderful. Well, we will build up anything we still can in your country. In exchange, we would like to use Deutsche Bahn's technologies to be able to build up the infrastructure in China and other regions that we wish to grow the Belt and Road Initiative. So it would be a bit of a partnership between Germany and China.
Okay.
Obviously, with that would come a lot of economic power and political prestige for your nation, as well as a continued relationship economically with China.
Okay, that sounds great.
Would you be open to those terms?
Yes, absolutely. I suppose instead of building any sort of I don't know, military factories or civilian factories within my country, I would possibly prefer just building infrastructure across my land.
Of course, we're happy to do that. With your own company, I'm sure, so we would simply subsidize it.
Yes.
Well, you actually don't have a lot left. Let me see.
What sort of
Out of roleplay, it's just a focus I would do.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But I wanted to roleplay it out. I actually can build quite a lot of civs in you if you'd prefer.
I'm
Infrastructure-wise, you have almost nothing I can build.
Let me see.
For example, in Niders Sashin, I could build 5 there.
I'm trying to stay away from that because I already have so many. I have like very limited amount.
I understand.
Of slots. So.
All right, I'm trying to look to see where I can actually build infrastructure.
You should be able to do like level 2 infrastructure pretty much in every single slot around my nation.
I can build about a lot in Sakin. Okay, there we go. 45 billion there.
Wait, where's that?
I think I clicked. Was that infrastructure?
Oh, that was civilian.
God damn it. Okay, yeah, let's cancel that. I'll give you another offer.
Yeah.
All right, let's try this again. Yeah, it is gonna be a level 2. Okay.
Okay. And I will
Go.
also be doing a focus to help improve our relationships.
Wonderful.
Would you like me to build anything within your country at all?
If you have the funds for it, we are looking to expand our industry. So if you can build civs or optimally office complexes, if you have the ability to do so, China would be greatly appreciative for that opportunity.
Let me look. I got operations going on across Europe, so the next time I'll be able to do so is in 39 days.
Wonderful. As soon as you are able to do so, China would greatly appreciate it. Continued economic ties with Germany, which we see as the economic powerhouse of Europe, is of great interest and desirability to the CCP in Beijing.
Yes, and I will contact you when I'm able to start producing factories within your nation.
Wonderful. Well, in that case, thank you for your time, Herr Schroeder, and we look forward to a continued economic partnership.
Yes, same. You have a great rest of your day.
You as well. How's it going, Bionic? Thank you. Thank you very much, Bionic. Hello, how are you? Normally I watch your videos of China on YouTube, but the mod has changed a lot, and I like this China more because it's more powerful. It is. And I will be doing... Oh, did you watch the China series on YouTube? Oh, man, that's like my oldest MD playthrough, I think, or one of them. But I will be doing a new China single-player campaign at some point. It's on my to-do list, so that will happen at some point. I just have really been wanting to play an MP game. Also, how's it going, Cola, Gavrani, and Bello? How you guys doing? Oh, hell yeah. I hope you enjoyed them. That was one I couldn't roleplay. As someone so keenly put in one of my YouTube comments like a week ago, it's nice to see that you can actually roleplay now. When I did that China playthrough, like, man, I don't know. I'm glad you enjoyed it, but I know I can make much better videos of China now, so we'll do that at some point. Do industrial projects, we have the funds for it. No, I don't have any editors. It's just me, and I stream a lot, and I have to work. So, making YouTube videos is brutal, man. The amount of time it takes to make a good one, and I'm not going to make bad ones. It's a lot. So, yes, my YouTube uploading schedule is very sporadic, which is why the YouTube algorithm fucking hates me. It's a really good mod, Bionic. It's a modern-day mod set in Hearts of Iron. It adds lots of diplomatic features, and it focuses a little bit more away from like the more, you know, war-related Hoi 4 stuff, which I really like, because Warmonger and Hoi 4 lost its appeal to me a while back. We have most of what we need. Chinese music. You know, I do have a China playlist. I can play that right now. Let me go do that. Just the good stuff. China's military music is fucking so good. We'll build more office complexes as we build more cutting-edge technologies. Now we've built the manufacturing ability to be able to rapidly grow our country. It's time to us to build more higher income jobs. We used to be a communist state, but as we embrace a hybrid version of capitalism, we must ensure that we have high-quality, more tech-based jobs so China can compete with America internationally. Actually, let's see what our factory count is in comparison to them. We have 426. America had... Okay, we're the biggest economy in the world. That's about right. I think we actually achieved that last time. I love this mod a lot, but if it should be improved, I think the best mod is Cold War Iron Curtain. Cold War Iron Curtain's really good, but I don't think it personally competes with MD. If they continue to update it, it could be, but there's a lot of stuff lacking in Cold War, which I want to see them add, which I know that their mod team's kind of really stagnated, so I don't know if we'll ever see that. We should still have the oil treaty with Russia we made the last time around so we can train our navy. And we have a pretty good sized navy now. We got 110 ships, which is wonderful. So I remember everything I did last session. I'm in so many different like RP and MP games right now. Like whenever I get on one, I just have to remember what I was doing. We'll upgrade the ports later. We have maxed out network, so we have perfect network infrastructure in China. We have maxed out infrastructure. How's our railway lines looking? Not good. Okay, that's a big one. Let's do a couple things. Yep, there we go. We're gonna upgrade our rail and build high-speed rail in China. Oh, there's the AI. I was like, you know, these divisions are pretty well organized. Well, let's keep them like that for now. I don't even want to touch that. It was anti-revolutionary. My YouTube China playlist is just me talking shit on the CCP for like 12 hours, so yeah. We're gonna be hybrid socialism. We're gonna be a combination of old school Maoism and modern market liberalism. So we're just gonna be a total conflicting ideology. It's like a hybrid sort of thing we're gonna do as we transition into the economies of the modern world. We'll drill for oil in the Parcel Islands. Increase research funds. We're gonna build mosques to get the Uyghurs to calm down. No camps in this one. Modern China, yeah. We're gonna go actually pretty hist on this China playthrough. I'm gonna plan out an entirely alternative history playthrough for the single player China we're gonna do at some point, but that won't be for a while. There's a bunch of other single player games I have planned first.
Hello.
Hello there.
I'm back to keep my agreement to see if you want me to create office sectors or civilian factories.
If you can build office sectors, that would be absolutely fantastic. In the area of Guangdong in the south, north of Hong Kong, would be where ultimately we would build that, as we seek to build that mega city into a tech hub there. Guangzhou, Shenzhen, yep, wonderful. Appreciate it.
And would you want me to build another one within the territory just north of that?
We are mainly looking for Guangdong to be modernized. If you could do Guangxi as well, which is just to the west, we would appreciate that too. And we have begun the process of writing up the agreements for Deutsche Bahn to be the primary company, if not the sole company, to build our Belt and Road Initiative. So the paperwork for that is being written out.
Yes, and maybe possibly if we can have some sort of deal to have railway systems to connect our economies in some sort
Absolutely.
of way.
The purpose of the Belt and Road Initiative is so that there is good infrastructure and railway lines which connects all of Asia together. And as we go through the Middle East, we will hopefully connect those railway lines into Europe and to the heart of Europe manufacturing in Germany. So absolutely, we would love to do so.
Amazing.
We look forward to building a great railroad across Asia from Beijing all the way to Berlin.
Amazing. I completely support this, and if you need anything else, please let me know.
Absolutely will do. Thank you for your time here, Schroeder.
Yes, thank you.
Fun fact, the papal establishment of relations with the Soviet Union was a reason for its collapse. I don't know about that. Don't establish relationships with a pope, or you faced the same fate. Interesting. What do we need? I'm gonna read this one because it's interesting. Deutsche Bahn. Germany's Deutsche Bahn is the second largest transport company in the world and the most significant railway operator in Europe. The company includes subsidiaries relating to a large range of different railway services and would definitely be a suitable partner in our current effort to expand our railway network. Wonderful. They gotta follow Aludosin. Hope I said that right. What's up, Dubai? How you doing, man? Hope all is well. All right, we are still trying to get rid of the last bits of corruption within the CCP, so let's get rid of that. We only have one more to go, and we will have completely eradicated all corruption in China. Many of the party officials at lower levels, especially in the interior of China, have been corrupt for generations. However, our new reforms made, the reporting system we have instituted under an up-and-coming party official named Xi Jinping have gone a long way to ensure that we can get rid of this corruption. Many of them are in jail, and a few have, of course, been executed for crimes against the state. All right. How's it going, bruh? Yeah, it's about right. It's about monthly. How's it going, man? Hope you're doing good. Oh my god, someone who didn't butcher my name. I like it here already. Did I not? 2 in a row! I've gotten names right twice in a row. You know how rare that is? I butcher so many words. That is so unlikely. All right, we need to secure more oil imports from Russia as we are continuing. Oh, we actually aren't getting the amount from them. Let me check
Hello,
some.
China.
Hello there. I was about to come find you, Mr. Putin.
I'm glad I can catch you when in your time of need, as I have come to see if you would like to sit down and talk about the independence of Transnistria and see if you were to recognize Transnistria as an independent nation in regards to the separation from Moldova.
Mr. Putin, to be very frank with you, the CC party is well aware of what Transnistria is.
An independent nation that wants to secure their own independence and
Mr.
their,
Putin,
their
you are among friends here. We don't have to make any pretenses. Now, we could discuss this, however, we are aware that it is more or less a puppet state of Moscow, and that they are not communists. They are, frankly, at best, an illegitimate government, one that primarily peddles black arms throughout Eastern Europe and other regions. And for the CCP to put its credibility behind such a dangerous and, frankly, barely even functioning government is dangerous to our reputation.
However, I do not like the terminology thrown at Transnistria's independence and the character of the nation and leadership.
Mr. Putin, I mean no offense to you, but again, we understand very well what that entity is. And although we support your desire to have more influence in Eastern Europe, of course, as a good ally of China's, our behind door support for it is very different than international recognition. And until we see that state properly developed, which again, I mean no offense here, but it is more of a false government than many others. Now, if I could see your government develop that region and strengthen the authority of its regime and get rid of the black market dealings there, then China would consider doing so. But we must be very careful who we recognize, especially considering the Taipei situation. I'm sure you understand, Mr. Putin.
The Taipei situation is very cut and dry. It's cut and dry to me.
Of
and
course.
The people of Moscow.
But many don't see it that way.
It is clearly a member of the United Chinese government,
Of course.
and is an uprising that will be quelled or crushed by the Chinese.
And we have plans in motion to deal with them. The issue, again, though, is you're asking me to recognize what is, if we're being honest here, Mr. Putin, an illegitimate state. And that is a hard thing for the CCP to be willing to do, considering how much that would tarnish our reputation, especially when we are about to undergo the beginning of the Belt and Road Initiative, an attempt to legitimize ourselves politically and economically abroad. By recognizing Transnistria, we would unravel much of the work we've been trying to do lately in that regard.
I can understand
However,
your stance on this.
As an alternative, China would be willing to help you in state building there by doing a very generous $55 billion investment into the Transnistrian economy.
$55 billion investment in Transnistria. That is something that I would love to see, as the people there deserve, one, a government that represents them and their viewpoints, and two, a social welfare net that protects them from poverty and
Indeed.
starvation.
We respect.
I will concede that there is a worrying amount of poverty in Transnistria, as the government has yet to take footing, and with the lack of recognition from the rest of the world, it's hard for them to integrate into the world economy.
Indeed.
So
And by constructing proper manufacturing facilities and strengthening their economy, which I hope you are attempting to do over time in the next couple of years, we could see a very different government there. And if we do so, we would be happy to recognize it. But it is a pathway that must be undertaken. Things are not built in a night, and recognition is not given in the same time period. So we must begin the process.
Of course, I think that is something that I would very much approve of.
Wonderful.
A gradual build up the Transnistrian region. However, would at all the chances of it being democratically integrated into Ukraine, as it has historically been a Ukrainian land before, as I recommend that they stay independent. However, I see that them integrating to Ukraine for the time being, democratically, if it were to be approved of by the people, until they are built up, as they would end up being independent. Right. That is
this is a behind doors meeting, and I think we can be very honest with each other. Mr. Putin, you have already subjected much of Eastern Europe to your own control. Belarus is, if we're being honest, also a puppet state of yours. And you have vassalized Ukraine. China is preparing to undergo some very dramatic moves in Asia to bring other countries under our own control. And to see you continuing to gather more and making the West even more worried is concerning to us, when there is much we wish to do in our own sphere. This would jeopardize. If you understand what I'm saying.
Of course. I will say, however, that the United States has signed an agreement with me to allow the protection of Moscow for us for our safety, they will. We signed an agreement where Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania were offered to be introduced to NATO. In return, Belarus and Ukraine were to be left to as we know.
I understand.
Their people
And I'm
are,
glad that it was an official deal made with the United States. However, China was not included in this. And China has many ambitions in the East. So we would like to look after our own interests there before we continue to support Russian interest in Eastern Europe. I'm sure you understand. We have not even gone through the process of incorporating Taipei, let alone our other plans there.
When it comes to Taipei, I can promise you this, that the Russian government in Moscow will support China in reunification, or reunification is the wrong word. I apologize for that.
The incorporation of a region in rebellion.
Of course.
Hmm.
Thank you for correcting my word.
Of course.
Mr. Premier.
Terminology is important.
It's important for everything in the world to make sure that we are all on the same page.
Of course.
I would be glad to sit in if I were to be invited with any talks with United States and EU in regards to Taipei in support of you.
We are glad for your support. However, I will say there are already plans in place and action is being taken. So we will see if that will be necessary.
In that regard, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that there are actions being taken to secure the reintegration of Taipei.
Indeed. So to respond to all our talks here, Mr. Putin, just overview. We of course support your claims in Ukraine and Belarus and the subsistence status that they have. Transnistria we can recognize in the future, but to support their integration into Ukraine is not something at this time the CCP is willing to do. We would ask that our allies in Russia begin to hold back some of their more extreme moves until China has had a chance to make one of their own. Is this something you would agree to?
That's something I can very much agree to.
Wonderful.
And I would like to comment on the proposition of being more transparent with the losing the political talk and talking more, with direct wording.
There is something that must be said to the West, but to the Eastern allies, I think we can be a little bit more honest in our desires.
Of course, as you have broken through, as you are a very smart man. We do see Belarus and Ukraine as essential Russian assets to secure our security, and
of course,
that's something that we have intervened within their governmental structure. The KGB has been, making our rounds, talking to the right people, maintaining the power structure in Ukraine. And,
we are glad to see that you've done that situation diplomatically. I know that Russia's desired that for quite some time, but I'm glad that it reached a diplomatic conclusion. As the CCP,
war is not saying that we would want to.
Or does China wish it?
Of course, it's bad for business.
It is indeed. We must look inward into our own economies before we look outward.
Something I completely agree with, Mr. Premier. Well, what were you going to approach me with when it came to our talks?
About the let's see. I wish to import more oil from your nation, but since I've already done so, and I don't mind running a bit of a deficit, I see no reason to talk about it. As China's wealth is great, and we have no issue going into a bit of a trade deficit with you in order to get what we need for our energy independence.
Of course, that's saying that when it comes to oil, talks are always open. I would highly be against lowering our oil agreement, as I see China is a great trade partner, and I would want to continue that relationship we have.
Of course, I was just saying I needed even more oil, but I just went over.
More oil.
No,
I'm sorry.
China is a growing, powerful nation. There is much energy that is needed to fuel.
Of course,
the winds of change.
We can renegotiate our trade agreements if you would like. We could when it
China feels content with the current situation.
Well, if that were to ever come up again and you feel that you want to speak with us on that, I would be glad to speak with you and continue our further cooperation.
We're glad to hear that. Is there anything else I can do for you, Mr. Putin?
Absolutely not. This was a very productive and fruitful conversation.
Wonderful.
I will be glad to go back to Moscow and speak with my compatriots.
We'll speak more in the future.
Goodbye.
All right. Conversations are done, so I can respond. Let me see what I missed. The leader's mustache is the third most beautiful mustache in history. What's the other ones, Viking? Let's hear your list. What's your best mustache list? Let's hear it. We must become friends with Taiwan and India. Taipei will be reintegrated. India, we have already made overtures to and have a good relationship with. And I'm glad you enjoy the stream, Beast. And thank you for the follow, BBC Yorkshire. How's it going, Ryan? Good to see you, man. I hope everything's well for you. You're just about done with your school year, right? Because you're a teacher. So I assume you're getting close to having summer, right? So hopefully you get to see some more streams from you. Number 2, Stalin. Number 1, Angry Mustache Man. Uh-oh. Viking. I'm surviving, and yeah, I got about a month left. Oh, man. It's going for a while. Yeah, you're in final season, aren't you, right now? I bet you're, like, drowning under all the papers you have to grade and stuff. I wish you luck with that, man. Whew. But when I join in one of these games, just, working out. Yeah, of course. You're a teacher, and, you got kids to educate, things to do, my man. I understand. But hopefully this summer, we're gonna see some more streams from you. Maybe have a chance to play a game together. Let's go ahead and make sure we're staying competitive on all of our military technologies. All right, we're gonna build up a bunch of mills. We're gonna build a bunch of dockyards up down here. This is gonna become our naval hub of all of China. The island of Hunan will be where our fleets are based out of. How's it going, Caitlin? China is being the USA with the oil. Yeah, we're importing a ridiculous amount of oil, but it's needed. We have a giant navy, we have a great military, we have an air force that can almost rival the US. So in order to keep all of that moving, it requires a lot of energy. I hope you're doing good, Caitlin. Expectations to dash? How's it going, Tingle? My social credit is below 0. Yeah, you're gonna get a Chinese hit squad that waterboards you a little bit until you like the CCP. It's fun. Your roleplay streaming is the most entertaining, and I would love to join your roleplay sometime. You're welcome to, Draco. This actually isn't a game in my server. I'm in actually another server's MD game, which I don't do much, so this is pretty rare. But you're welcome to join ours. They're open to everyone. So what do we have in your nation? I swear I'm not an agent. I'm not going to show you where the nuclear launch sites are, if that's what you're asking. If you're wanting the nuclear launch sites, unfortunately, I'm not going to show those to you. Why are we so low on manpower? Because we underfunded the military to grow our economy, and we have a lot of soldiers right now. So that's the main reason. And thank you for the follow, Marty Games. Are my alerts not working? There should be a pop-up for follows. Let me check something really quickly. I want to make sure my follow alerts are working. Should be. Nuclear launch sites, yeah, okay. I gotta say, Caitlin, you sound a lot like a spy right now. And I'm not really feeling the need to show you any of my pertinent information currently. Thank you for the gifted sub. Jesus, Ryan. Jesus. Thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it, man. Holy shit. Holy fuck, Ryan. I appreciate it, man. God damn. Thank you. It's very nice of you. God damn. All right. Well, thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Okay. Let me make sure that my alerts are working. Let me get my Streamlabs. 1 second, then we'll keep going with China. Think of the follow Rectal. All. Rectal all. Yeah, he's a cool dude, but he's just always like teaching and grading papers and suffering low wages that he's obviously paid as an American teacher. I'm not gonna start ranting about that. I'm sure Ryan rants about that all the time. Okay, where's my alert box? There it is. Okay, let me just get this redone. I have 2 browsers. I don't know which one I need. Ah, this is the right one. Okay. All right. I know what it is. I had to turn off the sound because we had those trolls the other day. Man, I've been hit 2 days ago, 2 streams ago, I was hit by a bot attack, and then today I had like a troll on me. God damn. It's been hectic last couple of streams. All right, sounds are back, alerts are back, we're good. We are all good now. Yeah, thank you for the follow. I was just in a stream when I saw that Ryan gifted me a sub. Yeah, appreciate it, Ryan. I'm actually on my union's negotiation committee, so I'll be in contract negotiations this summer, which is rad. Dude, fuck yeah. Fight hard, man. Hell yeah. He was, yeah, that was sad. That was sad to watch. What do you think about China's policies, especially simulation of Uyghurs and Tibetans in the new space race? The new, oh man, that's, man, you're trying to get me ranting, Viking. You're trying to get me monologuing. That's a subject I almost don't want to open the door on because I'll be talking your ear off for like the next 5 hours. But okay, obviously the Uyghur shit's disgusting. It's basically modern concentration camps. They'll justify it all they want, but that's what it is. It's fucking disgusting. And if China wants to be recognized as a modern nation with any political respect, they need to stop doing it. It's a replacement, right? And China has a long history of doing ethnic replacement by Han Chinese, but what they're doing with the Uyghur camps is much worse. In regards to the space race, I think that's a really good thing. I'm trying to stop myself going over the edge of like ranting because, okay, like basically the world has stopped focusing on space technologies since essentially the Cold War. The technologies have continued to go at a very quick speed, but due to the lack of funding for all the international space programs, whether that's the ESA, NASA, JAXA, the Chinese Space Agency, any of those, and then I guess the Russian one, funding for and focus is pretty much gone. We got so far so quickly in the space race due to competition between the Soviet Union primarily and the USA. There were other reasons, but that's the main one. And as a result, we went really far, really quick with space technologies. The problem is when the wall fell and the Soviet Union collapsed, there was no incentive to really keep up that level of competition in terms of the space race. And as a result, the US underfunded NASA continuously. It's just gone down and down and down in terms of what they get as a percentage of the US budget. The Russian Space Agency became a joke, and the ESA continued to do what it always did, be unimportant. China has begun to refocus on space because unlike many governments, China, for all of their problems, is very good at looking long-term, and there's not a lot of governments that are willing to do it. And I think that their internal party leadership has come to the very correct conclusion that the future of economics and politics is in space. I won't even debate that. It's just very clear. Whether it's space industrialization, colonization, and providing more places to live for humans, moving manufacturing off of Earth, which will become necessary at some point, as well as just general space exploration, which obviously brings a lot of, you know, diplomatic and technological prestige to a nation. I think China's finally understood that that's the way to go forward if they want really international recognition economically and politically. So it's a very smart move on their account. And as such, they have started to put a lot more economic and political focus on it. Now, that being said, the Chinese Space Agency is still actually funded less than NASA is even. So I view it as a good thing, because although I don't like China's government, and I don't like how they prioritize efficiency over humanity, not that the USA doesn't do that, they do, but they pretend not to. I think it's useful in the sense that we'll probably start to see other space agencies getting properly funded. For example, NASA will get a dramatic fund. It is rising. That's fine, Princess. We are growing factories. Thank you. You're right, but it's on purpose. We can pay that off really quickly. So I think we'll see NASA better funded, which will be good because, you know, the Republicans will be like, oh no, the Chinese are bidding us to space. We need to build space weapons. And we'll fund NASA a little bit better, which will be good. The ESA will probably start to take things a little bit more seriously, and we might see the EU, which is obviously worried after Russia, and since China is an ally of Russia, they will see space potentially as an economic and military zone for contention, meaning we might see the ESA get better funded, as well as, of course, JAXA in Japan, which is actually very advanced, start to be even more funded due to obviously their rivalry with China. So I think China's refocusing on space, although a lot of it right now is more rhetoric rather than action. They will, as always, move economic backing behind that very soon. So I see it as a very good thing because I think it will begin another space race, like you said. I know I'm just kind of going in a circle here, but the point being, I think that the refocus on it, whether they actually do it or not, will be good because we may actually start to see a bit of a more focus on space. I'm of the belief that economically speaking, space industrialization will make the Industrial Revolution look like the fucking the Stone to Bronze Age, right? Or I guess the Iron Age to the Bronze Age. The amount of resources And if you want to put it in capitalist terms, money that exists in our solar system is fucking mind-blowing. And I know a lot of people, when they hear about space industrialization, space mining, their first thought is, oh, that's some sci-fi shit. No, it's not. The technologies for it are there. It just requires a broad amount of investment in terms of space infrastructure, space agency funding, and just general political focus. And it will become easier and easier over the next decades as we continue to get new technologies that will make it easier, which there's a long, long list of. I won't get into that. So I think it could move us towards our next economic boom, which could offset some of the issues we'll see with global warming. We could be able to, with those technologies and with that focus, again, to put more of our manufacturing into space, though that's a longer ways out, which will help with climate issues. So there's so many reasons why I think it's good. Anyway, I apologize, but there's my rant. I agree with you, space is the future for us. It will be a source of energy and minerals. Yep. Oh god, someone's been playing too much to Lars. And you know a lot about history, politics, and history. How can I improve my knowledge? Do you have any suggestion? Well, don't do what I did and go to college and spend too much money for a degree that won't give you anything. I don't advise doing that. Just generally curiosity, man. I spend way too much time on Wikipedia and like reading like, you know, books and journals and shit like that about stuff because I know it's interesting. That's a tough question to answer. Curiosity, I know that's a non-answer, but it's that simple. Curiosity with a willing to spend hours on end reading about a subject. I'm not an expert on a lot of things. I just get really interested in things and I read a lot about them. And I don't usually have a lot of like depth of understanding on things, you know, like experts, but just being willing to sit down and read for a while on a subject I think is really useful for understanding. But I understand that I'm not giving you a great answer, so I apologize. That's a really hard question to answer, man. But anyway, all right, ran over. Back to the game. Okay, we are running a huge deficit. Let's deal with that. This is primarily due to the increased funding I did to social spending. We are going to move pension spending down a bit. We are going to offset that by increasing the population tax rate by 1, the corporate tax rate by 2, and paying off a bit of our debt. Now, with our surplus, we will pay off the rest of that $500 billion in debt, which should be very quick. And now that we're done with that, we should be in good shape. We are really trying to grow our economy quickly, and we're getting what we want, so we have to be really careful to maintain that. I love hearing a man with a beard rant. Huge beard. By the way, you guys will see me the beard will have to be cut. I'm gonna be getting a new job before too long, and I will have to trim my beard, so Mega Beard will be going away very soon, unfortunately. Gots to pay those bills, so yeah. One day within like the next month, you will see me start the stream. I mean, my beard will be half the size. I know, it's a tragedy. I don't like it either, but it's very hard to get. Jobs require you to cut down Mega Beards. No, I will never do a goatee. Oh god. Oh god. No, it'll just be like really trimmed down. But anyway. Yeah. Then Mage will stop bitching about my giant beard. Which will be nice. Alright. Time for us to go ahead and talk with the Indians. Oh, nope, they are... There he is. Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Prime Minister Vajpayee, a pleasure as always.
Yes.
I'm here to discuss several issues with you. The first of which is to, I'm sure you've heard the announcement that we have begun our Belt and Road Initiative, an attempt by China to connect all of Asia, both through infrastructure and economics. We have partnered with Germany by using the infrastructure developer, the German bond company, to be able to do so. And we had hoped that India would be willing to partner with us in building both infrastructure in Asia and building up the economic power and political influence of Asia. As again, we do not wish to see India as a rival, but simply a partner.
I've noticed some troops on my border, to be honest with you.
Out of roleplay,
so
I think the AI did that. I can move them right now.
Understandable.
Yeah, let me do.
I'll be honest with you, I'm having some personal stuff, so I'm having trouble focusing.
Oh, no worries.
The whole game, but I think that is totally something I can help you with, and
Wonderful.
if you want to advise me as to how to achieve it, I'm all ears.
Well, the main way that we plan on doing it is through, we have out of roleplay, I'm going to do my focuses, but back in roleplay, we primarily wish to build up the infrastructure of all the nations of Asia so that they will be able to facilitate trade and the movement of goods throughout them. Since obviously China is a great manufacturing hub, and I know that India is well on her way of doing the same. It will allow the flow of goods throughout Asia, and with our ability to export not just to the West, but to other Asian countries as we develop them, and they have more capital to burn on Chinese, and of course Indian goods as well as improving the infrastructure and railway lines through the Middle East into Europe. So we have land routes for the movement of goods, not just sea ones. I go back if it's a bad time, man, no worries.
I appreciate it.
Yep, okay. Just whenever you would like to talk, come to Beijing.
Will do. Talk to you soon.
India's a little bit predisposed, so we won't bug him. I like how you still have an OnlyFans link here in your Twitch. Yeah! Have you checked out the OnlyFans link, Jay? It is an MP game, Jay. I'm just ranting a lot today. You should stream full-time. Oh. I mean, I already stream a ton, Mage. I stream a lot. I mean, if I count up my hours for streaming, it's basically a job, but, you know, it doesn't pay rent, if we're being honest. Like, I love streaming. It's a lot of fun, but I'm not going to be the type of person like, guys, I need to make rent. Please fucking sub more. I'm never going to do that shit, so. If it ever gets to that point, I will, but, you know, I gotta be able to, you know, keep myself afloat, so. We'll see. I'm still going to stream a fuckload, because I play games all the time, and I love to do it, and, you know, I like streaming, but gotta find a bit of a better balance, you know, just saying. Yep. Yeah, have you, if you haven't already, guys, check out the OnlyFans link I have on my bio. Let's see how many people I can get to click on it. Sam, don't say it! Don't say it! You ruined it! Damn it! No, just click on it. I promise it's a real link. It's definitely a real link. Yeah, there are a lot. How's it going, Merlin? We will have to lower that, but unfortunately we need a way to balance our social programs with our current... Try to think of how we want to do this. Let's get rid of that last level of corruption as we completely get rid of corruption within the CCP. Now, there's an up-and-comer who helped us with that program. His name is Xi Jinping. He is a young party official who was a governor of one of our regional areas, and he spearheaded this anti-corruption program. He's a good minister, and we'll have to watch his career very closely. I'm going to be adding him to my personal staff in Beijing to ensure that we can make continued attempts to keep down corruption within the party ranks. Yeah, see, Cola clicked on it. There you go. I'll be completely honest, I stole that from Creamy Lou. I won't even pretend that was an original idea. Maybe Lou had it on his bio and I clicked on it. I laughed so hard I added it to mine. So, yeah, let me just clarify that. Okay, more office complexes. Let's build up the mega city. I imagine in with the RP, we the chart of the people, and we talk with the president. Exactly, Caitlin. Exactly. I change it around a lot. Like when I do single player role plays, I like to make chat be like the Parliament or the Congress or something, or like the King's Advisors, because it's more interesting. Because it's single player in a lot of like games, it's really hard to. I mean, you can put roleplay life into it, but it can be very difficult. So that's why it's nice to have like y'all be people, which is really cool. The last 2 years, less women wear bras. Not big fan of it. Obviously, I'm not a woman, so I can't speak on this too well, but the whole bras, like, it's gonna get a little, I don't know. Don't be weird about this conversation, but isn't it like, from my understanding and past girlfriends, it's really needed for like support though, right? Isn't the main purpose of it? I mean, like, I know, Creepy Lou's how you found me. Oh, hell yeah. He's a great dude. I need to add him as one of my recommended fucking streamers, actually. I keep forgetting to do that because I never fucking remember. But yeah, Creamy Lou's fucking awesome. Check him out. Another great streamer. I need to make a fucking shout out feature. I'm gonna write that down too in my notes. Shout out feature. If you can't tell, my ability to organize anything in my life is non-existent. It's just all chaos, man. But yeah, check out Creamy Lou. Great streamer. Cool dude. One of the most entertaining Hoy streamers I have watched. One of the few streamers I actually consistently watch because he's actually fucking entertaining as shit. He's not just like, tanks go Bert! But anyway.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I am index leader of Mexico right now, or Enrique Prefero Nito. I came here as a bit of an anomaly.
It is good to meet you, President Nieto.
No problem.
What can I do
See,
for you?
Our country is slowly moving away from American influence, and we have been more in line with the party that you are associated with, the emerging party. At least that's what it's called. The emerging outlook?
Emerging outlook indeed, which is more aligned with Eastern values, the one that do not include the posturing of Western ideals.
Yes. As you see in our country, Western ideals has only brought many downfalls. The Americans have always downtrodden us. We have been slowly climbing our way out.
Indeed.
We have wished to align ourselves with the right side.
China is always looking for new partners internationally, and it is a good timing that you came here, President Nieto, because currently China is about to roll out our Belt and Road Initiative, which, if you're not aware, is an attempt by China to connect the world better through infrastructure and manufacturing investment and development, so that China can better be able to have its goods flow out into the world and, of course, back into China. Now, Mexico would be an absolutely wonderful candidate for this Belt and Road Initiative. It would include, of course, broad investments into the infrastructure of your nation, as well as manufacturing investments into Mexico, obviously with the assumption that you would prioritize trade with China over any of the other great economic powers.
Yes. We would be glad to do it. We have also signed up for the Belt and Road Initiative.
That is wonderful to hear. The Belt and Road Initiative is without borders. It goes to anywhere on the earth where there are nations seeking to work more closely with China. So we would be happy to have Mexico become one of our staple examples, where we would build up your country and let it be a shining example to the world of what happens when you cooperate with China economically.
Yes. We will be glad to work and help with.
In that case, once the CCP has balanced its budget a little bit better, we would like to offer you $100 billion in investments to start off with.
This sounds quite amazing.
That would, of course, assume that you prioritize China for all of your trade needs, of course, and begin to move away from a reliance on America for both exports and imports.
Yes. We always prioritize our trade with China first and the American second. It may be across the border and easier to trade with, but they have made some things undesirable.
I think the politics of America makes that not as beneficial as it would at first seem. They are a bit of a bipolar nation, I'm sure you agree. It is always tough to know who you are dealing with and how long those opinions will last in American policymaking.
Yes. Am I lagging out something? I'm gonna be honest right now. I'm just gonna break it. Yeah, every time I click on something, there's a bit of delay.
There is a bit of lag right now, yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, server lag, like overall.
It might be. I'm not too sure. I haven't noticed. It goes back and forth.
Should I talk to Paley about this real quick?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Yeah.
Right, we have to prepare action in Taiwan, so we need to go talk to the Americans. Putin's watching your stream. Uh-oh. One time I was touring and one of the seaters was from a Russian embassy. How do you know it was a Russian embassy? Alright, we have to go have a strong... we have to have a very long talk with the Americans.
He looks like a goddamn model.
Hello there.
God.
Hello, Mr. I suppose a delegate of China.
President Obama, do you have a moment to talk? This is a very serious and pressing issue.
Yes, I will meet you in Beijing shortly.
Wonderful. I will meet you there. Was that Obama as the US president? It's only 2006. Yeah, he got in 2004, which I believe is like right when he got elected senator, so I'm not sure about how that worked out, but...
Hello, Mr. Hu Jintao. It is a pleasure to finally speak with you, seeing as I was elected into office quite recently.
Indeed. Congratulations on your win, Mr. Obama.
Thank you. It is unfortunately not permanent. It was due to a sudden heart attack due to stress in Al Gore's department.
That man, he was ambitious, and he sought to heal the world. Not something you could do over one night, and I'm afraid that it finally got to him. A tragedy, to be sure. You have our condolences from Beijing.
Thank you very much. The nation is still in sorrow, but hopefully we can quickly recover as we are now and bring peace to the world as soon as
Indeed.
possible.
On that note, we have a very unfortunate statement to make. As you know, we have recently blockaded Taipei as the CCP has grown tired of their rebellion. We are preparing, unfortunately, to take cohesive military action. And as such, we wish to talk with you, Mr. Obama, about what we need to do to ensure that America stays out of this business. I know in the past, you have supported Taipei's government, as it has benefited you. But China can no longer allow this rebellion region to stay independent of mainland China and Beijing. I understand that America will see that as a problem. However, if we would be willing to offer enough incentives to America to be able to stay out of this, is there a way that we can make this happen peacefully, at least between ourselves? We will be seeking to minimize casualties, of course, but until that government in Taipei is overthrown and the Kuomintang are no longer in power, China can no longer sit idly by.
Well, the United States and NATO does not seek to intervene in any Asian affairs between between China and Taiwan. We do not have any plans to interfere in military actions, although as long as any other nations that China does not have a large claims on stay independent, we will not interfere.
As you understand from our perspective,
interfere
Taipei is still Chinese, but I'm sure you know that.
Yes, we will not interfere in any actions against Taiwan or the Republic of China, as it's preferred to be called. But we will condemn the actions on the world stage, although...
I understand publicly you will have to complain, but as long as you take no cohesive military action to stop this destroying of the Kuomintang, we have no issue.
As the nation of freedom, we will have to condemn the actions with a public face and, how should I say it, go against your choices. But just between our two nations, no military actions will be taken, considering the uses we got out of Taiwan have now expired, to put it that way.
Very well. This is reasonable. The CCP can agree to these terms. That is the main thing I wish to talk to you about, President Obama. I hope that we can collaborate on an economic stage as well, but we will have to wait until we have dealt with the Kuomintang government to discuss any economic deals with America to make sure that you honor your word.
Yes, that sounds excellent.
Wonderful.
I wish you the very best, and goodbye.
Thank you for your time. Non-interventionist Barack Obama. I'll fucking take it. So in that case, they are going to publicly campaign, but behind closed doors, they will make no actions to stop us. So we will be able to finally destroy the false government in Taipei. Something that our ancestors fought so hard for, and something that we will finally finish. The dream of Mao, of a united one China, will be true. I guess we can slow down our building up of nuclear silos. I figured that we'd have a lot more pushback there from Obama, but I guess not. Indeed. Money over politics. That is always America's opinion. China should seek economic reparations to us funding the Kuomintang rebels in the Union Mountains during the 40s and 50s. We'll do that after we take Taipei, though. Okay. After we do the reforms on Hong Kong, we are going to do the road to war. And we're going to prepare to finally take back Taipei. Yeah, that's a pacifist America. We are going to take advantage of that. Now, for all our promises to him, if we have a pacifist, non-interventionist Barack Obama, we're going to take this as an opportunity to get very heavy-handed in Asia. After we take Taipei, I'm going to probably try and puppet North Korea, and I'm going to test the waters on South Korea. Once we're done with that, we are going to consider getting revenge on the Vietnamese and seeing if we could perhaps interfere there to either diplomatically or militarily put them under our influence. We'll take everything that we can. We are going to fully embody the phrase, if you give an inch, we take a mile. So that's what we're going to do. For every foot of ground America gives, we will take much more. If they are weak, we will be strong. To be fair, our economy is way bigger than America's now, so I think they're probably very worried about that. Wait, look at that little GDP. I mean, let's look at our economy right now. We have a GDP of almost 14 trillion. Our GDP per capita is actually almost at 10, which is really not bad for 2007, to be honest. Oh, we paused. Okay, let's see. Can you open the player map? Yeah, it's not a big game. There's like, I think, 10 players. Last I checked.
Hello.
Hello there.
I was gonna tell you, Mr. Premier. There is a Taliban uprising happening in a province of Pakistan that Afghanistan, has been laying claims to recently, as you know. And we're worried that the Taliban may try to strike back.
Are you referring to the tribal areas?
Yes.
I know in the past that we invested heavily in Afghanistan to ensure they would not take action. Since the Pakistani government is not able to keep these rebels in line, we at this point are willing to allow and not get involved if Afghanistan wishes to take action to see if they could properly administer these regions, if Pakistan cannot do so for itself. But obviously, this is an agreement made behind closed doors, as we value our relationship with Islamabad and could not publicly support such a thing.
Right. As the Republic of Afghanistan speaks, if any action against the Taliban is taken, we'll take care of them.
I would like to formally say,
Pakistan.
very briefly, Masood, this is a conversation behind closed doors. Since Pakistan has failed to bring order to the tribal regions, we would support Afghanistan attempting to do so themselves. If you can bring those regions under control and stabilize them, it would do a lot for China's ambitions in this region, and we would fully back you. Not publicly, of course, but certainly behind closed doors. Is this agreeable?
This is agreeable. We'll try to take care of them.
Wonderful.
I'm glad to have these talks with you. China.
In that case, we'd be happy to do another large investment into Kabul to ensure that your economy allows for development in those regions.
I think that.
And we will accept.
That's great.
Very well.
Yes. All right, then we will be off to maintain the peace in the Middle East.
Very well.
We will see you later. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Have a nice day, Chairman.
You as well. Who the hell is pinging me right now? Well, we lost a Mexico player, and the AA won't let us invest in them. So it appears that we have lost a Belt and Road partner. It's unfortunate. The Lion of Pensier, yeah, he was an impressive guy. He did die IRL. It was really sad. He was a very solid leader. Like, he fought against the Taliban really hard, but he was killed by them eventually. His son was the one who was leading the remnants of the revolutionary forces against the Taliban government after the fall when we pulled out a year ago. When we pulled out and the Taliban took over the capital, the little regions that were still rebelling were actually being led by his son. So yeah. Anyway, he was pretty impressive. They'll have to get a piece of the Middle East. Yes, they are. Well, we can't talk. We're about to get ourselves back our old territories in Taipei. Let's hope that Japan doesn't have much to say about that. Actually, this factory count isn't entirely accurate. It doesn't account for office complexes. If we add in our office complexes, we actually have 540 factories. So, we're in good shape for 2007. Is there a rule against using your PP to puppet nations? Not in this server, no. In our server, yes there is. Unless it's really well roleplayed, but in this server, there's no rule for that. Alright. Let's get ready. I'm also going to read this focus. In addition to external operations, we must prepare internally for the war that is to come. If the Taiwan Relations Act remains in place, the chance of America coming to aid of Taiwan should we attack it would be exceedingly high. We should demand that the Americans repeal this act to ensure success. We should make sure that our international position relative to America's is as strong as possible, and that our influence in the United States has been increased. We faithfully got a promise from Barack Obama to not intervene, so we can take unilateral military action without worrying about American Navy or nuclear strikes involving Taipei. A dramatic change in foreign policy, but a welcome one. We're ready. Would it be prudent to set up more invasion plans for a full invasion of Taiwan? I've done this enough. I know how to do it. We'll land and we'll take Tainan and Kosing immediately. So nothing to worry about. I may eat those words, but I've done this a lot. I played a lot of China, especially before I streamed. Before I was a streamer, I played a lot of China in Millennium Dawn, and I've done this a lot, man. Let me just say that. When you hit those two tiles, they don't defend it really well. You break it and then you just rush. That being said, we also do need to be able to push here. That I almost did forget. Can you declare the United States of Europe in this server? Yes, you can, Viking. You can in our server too, but you have to really roleplay it and you need unanimous consent from all the EU players. I would love to see that be done in one of our MD games at some point, but no one's tried. One person tried, but he couldn't get unanimous consent. I kind of felt really sad for him. Because we went all the way into our economy for quite a while. We industrialized. We have 437 civs. So our manufacturing capacity is absolutely insane. We are now starting to militarize, as you can see by our construction queue. Thank you for the follow Wonder Abyss, and also thank you for the follow Gon Koloff. Appreciate that. But yes, in the roleplay, we've been basically just mass focusing only on our economy for quite some time to rival the European powers in terms of manufacturing. Once we do that, we're going to build our Belt and Road Initiative to allow our manufacturing goods to flow to the entire world. And once we're done with that, we will build up a grand navy and a great army. So we will become the dominant superpower in the world, replacing the US permanently. And we are very, very far along that path. This is the last session, so we won't be able to fully do it in this game, I don't think. We'll get pretty close, but we'll see. 90% influence? I don't want them to say yes. I want to conquer them. Do you have to do it that way? Yeah, you do, actually. You're right about that. I don't normally go the diplomatic route with them. Yes, this is an MP game, Cubs. I was able to colonize Shanghai before they westernized. Nice. We have new IFEs. I got it glitched out. There we go. IFE's cool. Oh no, I replaced the wrong one. There it is. That's what we want. We have better MPDTs as well. We have a 4th gen multi-role fighter too. Chengdu J10. Very cutting edge. Who are the players? I will show you. We have a India, we have an Afghanistan, we have an Iran, we have a Russia, we have a Ukraine, we have a Germany, a Sweden, and then the only American player is the US. It's not a huge game. There were a lot more players in the first session. We, as with most games, had a lot of drop off. I think there's a Turkey too, is there? No, the Turkey player left, okay. Yeah. How's it going against Soloff? How you doing? One of these days, I really do hope I get China in one of our MD games, though, because they're so fun to play. They're really interesting, so it'd be super cool. All right, at this point, we are working on continuing to build up the Belt and Road Initiative, and we're really just rating and preparing our military and our politicians. Our bureaucracy is preparing for the invasion and reincorporation of Taipei, which will be both a boom politically, of course, as we have fully reunited China, and a economic one, as Taipei is home to most of the world's chip manufacturers, which are key for the world economy, continuing to allow China to be the manufacturer of almost all of the important goods, both technological and in terms of basic manufacturing on the planet. Once we allow ourselves to become competitive and even dominant in terms of our tech industries, at that point, no one will be able to contend us economically. Hong Kong was the last piece that ended the British Empire. Yes, it did. Also, someone did a song request. Let me go play that.
Hello.
Hello there.
Just wanted to reach out to you to see if any other economic buildups would be needed within China.
If you are willing to invest more in China, we of course are open to it. I would like to make you aware, though, that China is preparing to reunite itself, as the Taipei government has refused a reincorporation diplomatically. We will be hitting key sites over the next month or so and forcibly incorporating Taipei, just to make you aware of that.
Oh, okay. Oh, Taiwan?
Taipei, yes.
Okay.
The Kuomintang government.
How was the American leadership speaking?
Publicly,
Sort of...
Obama and the Americans will be condemning it. Privately, they said that they will not stand in our way.
Okay, that sounds good.
Indeed. But yes, if you would like to continue to invest in China, I would advise you perhaps wait a year or so to let tensions fall after Taipei, as I'm sure that your citizens would not react well to you investing in China, given what we're about to do.
Yes, thank you for letting me know.
Of course.
But yes, once a year or so has passed, possibly making more agreements would be for the best.
Indeed. Let us let tensions go down a bit, and then we will continue to cooperate in the future, my friend.
Sounds good. Good luck in Taiwan.
Thank you, Herr Schroeder. We will speak soon.
Goodbye.
Did I build any ships? Yeah, we built a few. We built a couple. A little bit, you know. We have a pretty big fleet now. If I revamped all those ships, I could possibly beat the American fleet. Possibly. If he doesn't death stack it. But I'd say we're probably the second most powerful navy in the world right now. Depends how big India built theirs up. Yeah, we're the second biggest navy in the world. Show Kinmen. Kinmen lies just off our coast, bristling with military hardware. We should strike the island before the Taiwanese prepare themselves for the coming conflict. That's right here. It's a little island connected to the mainland of China, which is controlled by Taipei. Yes, I was going to do that. Thank you for reminding me. I was just in the process of doing that. Goddamn. Wonderful. We have all our defense contracts as we continue to enter a new era of economics and politics. We will work more heavily with our private industries as opposed to just the ones the government has. We also are running a huge surplus, so we can probably pay for more programs. Oh yeah. Let's lower the corporate tax rate again. And with the surplus value we have, we are going to raid pensions one more time. What's our population up to now? 1.45 billion. It is indeed. Once and for all, we will achieve the chairman's greatest dreams. Al always wanted this to happen, but the Americans stopped him. Got better SPRD. We're not producing any. That's a problem. We'll get Q5Bs, which are CAS. This game won't go long enough for us to use them, I don't think, but just in case. Those things are so powerful. Cass and Millennium Dawn are beyond broken. Cass is so strong and Hoy generally, but in Millennium Dawn, it's a different level. I'm just ready, man. I was waiting. It's always fun invading Taipei. Yep, Cass is king. Even more so in this mod. You did change the production of SPAA. Did I? I was SP already. I did, yeah. Hello?
This is the guy from India. Anyway.
Ah, Prime Minister Vajpayee, yes.
Yes. I just wanted to, you could remind me what we were speaking on before you left?
Well, the first thing we're speaking on was becoming partners in the Belt and Road Initiative that China is beginning to undergo throughout Asia.
Yeah.
We seek to build up the infrastructure and manufacturing capacity of Asian as well as Middle Eastern countries, so the flow of goods out of China, and perhaps India, can flow more easily.
This is good to hear.
Are you interested in partnering for that?
Oh, yeah, I thought we already agreed to that part, sorry.
I never heard a confirmation, so I was just making sure.
My bad.
No, you're totally fine. The second thing I wish to discuss with you is the possibility of a large mutual investment campaign, which China is happy to do on a more one-sided amount.
I think we'd be willing to accept that. What were you thinking?
How much can you do?
Oh, I have $7 trillion, sir. In surplus.
We could do 900 billion with you to start.
We could do that.
And I think I will be maxed out after that. Let me look. Yep. I'll have a few more opened up very soon, but I have max amount of construction projects. I will continue to add on, though.
You want to reapproach me when the time comes?
I have sent you all. How many did I send you total then?
Four. Wow.
Okay, so four. That's like 480 billion. And if you want to match that, I will just continue to add them. So as we do, we can just go one for one then. I can cancel the one in Dhaka. And I will be able to free up number 3 of them shortly. So, there we go.
Use now.
Perfect. Wonderful.
Oh shit, how many was it?
Let me check. 4 total. That's 480 billion. If I want to do one more, you'll match what I've currently done. One more, 10, of course. Perfect. That's about even. Well, since you clearly have a large budget surplus, and I do as well, perhaps we can continue to mutually invest in one another to grow our economies. Already, China has eclipsed the American economy, and I hope soon that China will do so as well, as Asia replaces the West.
It's only a matter of time.
Indeed. We are in agreement.
Especially with this, the new Belt and Road Initiative. I assume this will be mutually beneficial for both our countries.
Of course.
We'll leave them in the dust.
Is there anything else I can do for you, Prime Minister Vajpayee?
There is not. Just feel free to approach me anytime.
We would like to lastly make you aware that we are about to begin the Civil War of Taipei, so just so you're not surprised, you will see that very soon.
Good luck.
Thank you. You don't know my pain with how unorganized the cooler is at my work. That's how it is working food jobs, man. Does Taiwan have a unique focus tree? No, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, they do not have a unique one. I think it is on the to-do list for the team, but not very high. Who requested this? Oh, Caitlin did. This is from the World at War soundtrack from Call of Duty. Hoorah! Communist, so I guess, is kind of close to China. There is one song I plan on playing once we take Taipei, though. My trigger finger is just ready, man. Yeah, John? Hope you're having a good day, man. By Taiwan, I hope you mean the rebellious region of Taipei, John. I tried to get a little bit of my social credit points back, you know. Just finished work? Hell yeah, man. Hope it was alright for you. God fucking damn it. I'm so ready for this. Not really, man. I'm role-playing. Obviously, my personal opinions do not reflect the ones I role-play. Oh, shit! I went over 2,000 followers. Appreciate you all. For everyone who's followed over the last year or so. Appreciate all you guys. God damn. Jesus, over 2,000 fucking people. God damn. Well, that's cool as fuck. Just noticed that. Thank you, guys. That's fucking cool. God damn. No, they don't. They don't, but it will. I appreciate you all. I'm glad that I am entertaining enough to follow and watch. I appreciate it. This guy needs to load so I can murder Taipei. I did just notice. I've been a little locked in on, like, trying to get myself into the mind of a CCP member. If you haven't already noticed, I'm not the best at noticing things when I'm hyper-focused on something, which is usually what I'm doing when I'm role-playing. Thank you to follow Go Cubs. I appreciate it. You're really exploded over the past few months. It has gone, yeah. Yeah, the growth has gone up a lot. I think a lot of it's the Discord server. I really appreciate everyone on the Discord team for, like, because we finally got, like, a couple months ago, we finally got the Discord server for, like, roleplay really organized. And we finally got it under control. We got the rule sets working. We got really great staff who does a lot on there now. And the Discord server's gotten a lot bigger, so I'm sure that's a lot of it. So shout out to all the Discord staff for helping get all that fucking chaos under the control, because Jesus fucking Christ. Man, we passed like a couple hundred people. I couldn't manage it, so it's ridiculous. Thank you to Full Cubs. But yeah, I noticed a couple of you in here. To the Discord staff, thank you guys. Appreciate you. Whose site? Big Poland Max. That shit's ridiculous. I look away for 1 second at my colonies and I look back and Poland's all whose site. Love you too, Jay. Love you, BB. I do have a co-op for the next U4RP game too, so I'll actually be able to roleplay it, which will be awesome. And if Limpari shows up, he'll play a colony. The thing is, if I let Limpari play a governor, he is definitely going to try and revolt repeatedly, so I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, I'll let him, but like, God. The winged hussars. The fucking wave. Fuck. Loading screen simulator. The cornerstone of Hearts of Iron and all Paradox roleplay, or multiplayer rather. Yeah. 7 months. Did you take religious ideas, Max, or how the hell did you do that? Or is Hussite just kind of like that? I've never converted to Hussite before. I've never done a Hussite game in U4. I always put them down when I play Bohemia. Yeah, they are. The Kalmar Union specifically. Come on. We have rebels to put down. Is that game public? I believe so. It's in a different Discord than mine, though. There's a link to it in the general in my Discord if you'd like to join it. We've developed a massive economy that is past America, and we're about to prepare to take back Taipei. We're also starting the Belt and Road Initiative. We've built our mega cities, and we have German Jintao. We've gotten rid of corruption entirely thanks to a young party official named Xi Jinping, and we are now grooming him for leadership. Just to boost, for sure. Gotcha. God damn it, can we fucking start? I'm really fucking impatient. There we go. Here we go. It is. Yeah, China's economy just blows up if you know what to do with it. It's mainly their focus tree, too. Their focus tree is so strong. Yeah, we are the superpower now. Look at me. I'm the superpower now. Oh, Barack Obama hiding under his measly little economy. Look at that thing. 380 factories. America. Their political and economic stagnation had brought them ruin. But China moves forward. They do. Russia's getting a rework. America's getting a rework. America's rework will be out in 1.8. Russia's rework will be out in 1.8 or 1.9. So it'll be a little while. Bye. One second, Leroy. I will do so. Hold on, let me try something. China, Chinese, CCP, war music. All right, almost ready. How long we got? 20 days. You should assimilate all Asian nations and become an Asian powerhouse. We're not going to do ethnic cleansing if that's what you're suggesting.
I heard ethnic cleansing, but I'm going to have that pass over my head.
Someone in chat is getting a little froggy over there, Ash. But anyway, what can I do for you, Mr. Putin?
I heard that you were embargoing Taipei, and I wanted to offer my mine and the Kalmar Union's support, and two, offer even further embargoes from both the Kalmar Union and myself when it comes to Taipei.
We are very thankful for your support. However, the CCP military is more than capable of easy dispatching the remnants of these revolutionaries. As President Obama has made it clear that he will not intervene in Taipei, we will make swift work and end this once and for all to finish the job that Mao Zedong called for so long ago. And the nationalists will be destroyed once and for all.
All right, I am glad to hear your confidence is still flying high.
Of course.
Mr. Premier. I'm sure you've heard, the Kalmar Union and Russia have been doing joint military exercises and in hopes to secure peace within Europe and economic growth.
That is wonderful to hear. Though Europe is of much less interest to China, as Asia itself with our Belt and Road Initiative, we are glad to see that China's good friends are ensuring that the BRICS influence is felt in Europe.
I'm glad that you can support us in this endeavor.
Of course.
To maintain peace within Europe and across the world. As you and I are not so different in the how you say aspect that we both desire economic freedom and economic dominance of
Indeed.
of our respective regions.
I think it is very clear that the world no longer needs to rely upon America for any sort of economic investment, incentive, or reliance, as their economy pales in comparison to that of China, as well as that of Russia.
I'm flattered by your
At this time, though, I must finish once and for all the war my ancestors have fought. We will liberate Taipei and end the Civil War once and for all. I am happy to talk with you as soon as it is done, Mr. Putin.
All right, I will congratulate you when you are walking the streets of Taipei.
Indeed. Thank you.
Goodbye.
All right, let's play the song. Comrades, brothers, friends, Mao Zedong and the CCP once fought the nationalists. Chiang Kai-shek and his false government in the South fought against the loyal servants of the revolution. For too long, they have hidden behind, cowering beneath the feet of the American dogs. But now, finally, we will end this once and for all. Let the flag of the revolution fly once and for all over Taipei. The focus. I didn't add any of these divisions, so they won't be that good. Manos Imri? Yep, got you. Gotta focus on this one, guys. Give me just a minute. Yeah, they're not doing bad, but do consider that they have all the advanced equipment they need from the Americans. So they have very advanced tech and very advanced weapons, whereas we do not. We have the People's Navy bombarding the shoreline as we slowly push along. They can last perhaps a while longer, but we will slowly crush them. For your junior partner, how do you get freedoms? Freedom from your overlord, you have to rebel. You have to get people to support your independence and then rebel. I'm here to inform you that your social credits increased by 10,000 points after you invaded Taiwan. Hell yeah. Now it's only minus 4,557,000, so I'm making progress. Push, 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 push. We'll sweep around. Straight into Taipei and crush them. I actually need to upgrade my units here, but this game won't go on too long. I didn't feel the need to really min-max army, so. There it is. Where we have longed to be for so long. We will raise the flag of the true China over the rebels' holdings in Taipei. Here we go. I'm gonna play it again. I don't care. I'm gonna play it again. Come on, mothers! Forward! You know what? To the finish line. Here we go. Only one tank division holding out in Taipei. We respect their bravery, but rebels will be dealt with all the same. And they have fallen, as we knew they would. A great day for China. A great day for Taipei. Let it end. The dream of Mao, the dream of the revolution, will finally be complete. We will keep occupying forces to ensure that none of these rebels break back up. And with this, China will formally declare itself to be the world's foremost power. It's core, so we don't even have to put it there. The Vatican has a the actual Vatican has a Minecraft server. And yes, it is a core Viking. Like, the actual Vatican has a Minecraft server. I don't know how to feel about that, I'll be honest. Wonderful. Taipei lies crushed at our feet. Now the world must respect both our economy and our military. And soon, they will respect us in all ways, as we feel ourselves becoming the great superpower that China was always meant to be, now that we have managed to get ourselves out from under the control of the colonists.
The Union of Commonwealth would like to congratulate you on your victory against Taiwan.
Thank you. It was not an easy process. We thank the Kalmar Union for supporting us in this endeavor.
We are always wanting to support further countries.
Of course. If you require any economic aid, mutual investment, or anything, China is always looking for new economic partners, especially one that find themselves so willing to cooperate with the CCP.
Well, in that case, allow me to introduce myself.
Please do.
Well, we got this thing called Volvos. No, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, we are willing to indeed economically cooperate with another nation, like China, for example, who we know has a huge capita, which might be beneficial to us, and we also have the means to invest back
Wonderful.
in any kind of.
And what sum is the House of Bernadetta able to invest into China? We will match on a one-to-one basis, of course.
100 billion.
We can absolutely do that. Are civs okay?
These are indeed okay. How do you feel?
I'm actually maxed out on projects. 1 second, let me take a look.
Alright.
In 5 days, we will be able to. Just one moment.
Yeah. So I can, let me check, I can build 4 civs in Beijing.
Perfect. Viking, my YouTube went to a Japanese playlist after a Chinese one. That's why I turned it off.
Alright, I'll start with giving you my investments already.
Wonderful. And any minute now, we should be able to make those investments.
Yeah, you have accepted it, and then...
Perfect.
Wait, how many is that building now? That's 4 in Beijing, 4 in Shanxi. Yeah, that's... Wait, I think I need to give you one more to match the 100 billion. Ah, fuck it, I'll do 2. Hold on.
Perfect.
Civs.
I am just waiting for my for the game to open up a construction project.
Ah, yeah.
You have most of your building slots available. Looking.
Yeah, give me a second. You have to look in Finland and stuff like that. Find some.
I'm gonna really have to do a low amount. Let me see.
Around Helsinki and shit like that. And I have to spread it out a little bit, but yeah. Just put like 3 there, 2 there.
Someone will let me do it for some reason. I'm not sure if it's with my construction projects or not. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to figure this out.
Like, you have to probably do it like...
Can you, like, for example, Helsinki, how many on your screen does it say is available? Oh, only a couple. I get it. Okay.
Yeah,
you just have very few.
Yeah,
So out of roleplay, I only have a max amount of like constructions I can do at once, so you don't have a lot, and I have to spread it out. So it has to be over a longer period of time. Just a heads up, because I can't do like a lump investment. So I can do 35 now, and I'll just continue to do it until we match.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Wait, can you repeat that last part?
So like, out of roleplay, just explain this to you. The way the Millennium Dawn allows construction projects is you can have a massive 15 at once. That's why usually investments, that your opportunity to do them in regions where you can build like 10 at once or 9 at once or something. So I already have 15 max projects going. So until like my other ones finish, I can't build more of them. So I will build the rest. If you get what I'm saying, do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I do understand. Yep.
So as soon as we have freed up more, we will finish off the rest of that. I promise.
Yeah. All right. I'll receive it when.
As soon as I have opened up ones, I will continue to do so.
Yeah. Pleasure doing business, Jim.
You as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you link it? Did you link the Vatican Minecraft server? I don't see it, no. Wonderful. And we should be able to finish off the Taiwan focuses, I believe. Nope, we finished it. Wonderful. We've begun our China-Africa Development Fund. We'll continue to expand our influence there. I think it's time we start to move towards getting our heir into power in China. Xi Jinping has made a real name for himself, and Chairman Jintao grows tired of the burdens of leadership. It is time for a young, new membership to rule in Beijing. We are going to fast-track Xi Jinping to power. Oh, that's a long conversation. So essentially, China's brand of economic diplomacy is, for all of their complaints and suggestions, of otherwise very similar to the West historically, and that they primarily do predatory investment. This is investment which is not done to establish good diplomatic relations, but rather to gain influence and power over a country or a region due to having lots of debt over them. China gives, yeah, what Richard said, yes. When China gives large infrastructure building projects, for example, in Eastern Africa, which they've done a lot of, or when they build factories in regions of Africa, which they do a lot of, those countries, they can't afford those projects because they're mostly very poor for really fucked up reasons relating to Europe's colonialism. So when they build that there, China knows very well that those countries will never probably be able to pay back those loans. But that allows them to basically get enough economic influence over those countries, they can get them to do what they want diplomatically. So for example, let's say we approach the Kenya government, if this was real life, and we say, hey, we know that you have a very weak economy and you need to build roads and more factories. China would be willing to give you $400 billion investment, which their government can't pay back, to build roads and new buildings and things like that. And then they do it. And then 5 years later, a couple years later, the Kenya government says, hey, you know, the interest rates are really high. We can barely keep up with that, let alone the principal sum. And China goes, oh, well, that's unfortunate. You can help us out another way. In the UN, would you be willing to support one of China's proposal for interesting China wants to do here? They essentially use their broad economic power and the power of their currency to get diplomatic and political aid from the international community through economic means. That's been done by a lot of other countries historically, but China's proven very not only capable at doing it, but they are able to go into certain countries and do it, whereas the West can't anymore, because the West is viewed badly due to colonialism and recent, predatory investments, but China has more of a clean slate, so countries, I suppose, are more willing to support them. It's more than just the UN. I'm using that as an example. It's really broad international agreements and diplomatic spheres of influence and economic spheres of influence. China wants to build an economic and political sphere to rival the West and US. So every country, they get behind themselves economically, they get behind themselves politically, and they get into their own sphere of influence. So it's a political and an economic, it's kind of hard to explain. It's like a game of chess. China's making more pawns by investing into those regions. I guess you could put it, that's a really strong-armed analogy. Someone can correct me on that, but I'm trying to explain it in the basicest terms. Arguably similar to what the capitalist USA did when in the post-World War II Axis powers. Yep, very similar truth. Fun fact, the US is shifting to a soft power focus in Africa as well recently, yes, to try to counteract China. Though they also have a whole pseudo-agent of influence program potentially in the works too. It's a good turn from a former hard power type to adventurism from the old Bush Obama years. Yeah, I think most American foreign policy analysis now realize that the military manner in which they conducted diplomacy and politics in the past doesn't really work in the modern age, and they have to go China's route, which is economic investment. It can still be predatory, but it has to be a little bit more relaxed than in the past. For a long period of time, America essentially ignored Africa, which is a mistake. A lot of people view Africa as a backwater. That's really not that accurate anymore. Places like South Africa, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Egypt, Botswana, other countries have proven themselves to be very capable of developing themselves economically and being a very useful trading and economic partner. So America is slowly starting to realize, because we're always behind the curve diplomatically, that it is very much in our interest, both politically and economically, to get involved there. So we're very far behind China. China has an extensive network of contacts economically and politically that they already have, primarily in Eastern Africa, but really the whole continent as well as South America. And America's having to play catch up to even get into the ballpark. So, yeah. Really though, what did you study on your degree? Poly-Sci Econ. I studied political science. I never got my bachelor's degree, but that's a whole separate story. But I did study politics in college. I'm not like some great expert on it. I'm just always had an interest in it. Politics is really interesting. The complexity of it and how much it impacts you on a day-to-day basis has always interested me. Like it always grinds my gears when I hear someone say, "I'm not very political." Yes, you are. You're just pretending you're not. And hey, if that makes you feel better, good for you. But we're all political. We're constantly affected by policy and political ideology. But we just choose not to, I guess, acknowledge it? I don't know. 100% agree there, and it's silly that it took almost 2 decades for the US to come to the exact same conclusion. You're preaching to the choir, man. We are always so far behind on that stuff. That's because primarily, oh God, I'm gonna start ranting again. Like, the US government has been, they never got out of the Cold War mindset. A lot of that is due to the military-industrial complex, which has so much control over Washington and the military's budget and the politics around that. But America has effectively been conducting diplomacy like we're still in the Cold War era, even though the wall fell and the Soviet Union fell a while back. We've tried to replace, I guess, Russia by making like China this big bad rival militarily, but China's not stupid enough to do that. They put just enough money into developing a shitty navy and developing a modernized army to basically allow America to continue to react militarily, when what China's really doing is playing the only game you can play politically in the modern world, which is an economic one. Military power really doesn't mean what it's used to. I mean, look at Ukraine. That's a case in point in that, right? Military power in the modern world doesn't fucking mean anything. If it's a big major war between countries, it only goes one place: nuclear warfare. So the only point in keeping a large ground force or navy is to make yourself feel better, provide money to military industrial complexes, or giving your country the fake illusion that you can actually fight a big land war or naval war of another country. That doesn't exist. China and other nations like them understand that is in the past. The only future is an economic one. Economic exploitation, economic political alliances, and just pure economic development as a means of becoming a world power. Modern powers are no longer based on military. They are entirely based on economics. And that's why America has managed to maintain its superpower status for so long when really they shouldn't have, because of the economy they built in the post-World War II era. But that is very quickly disappearing. And there are some countries who have embraced the modern world, and America is not one of them yet. Anyway, rant done. All right. What else do we need to do here?
Hello?
Hello there!
This is Khomeini of Iran.
Ah, Ayatollah. What can I do for you?
I'm going worried of Russia and their invasion of Rwanda. Iranian troops have been sent to intervene, but we are not sure if the situation will hold. It is disturbing. They may have nullified their debt, but this is no way to react.
They declared a war to get back the money that the Rwandans owed them?
Yes.
This seems to be a very poor idea, as Russia has no bases near there by which they could actually invade.
Yes, it's a very uncivilized and foolhardy way of conducting diplomacy.
I will hope Mr. Putin knows what he's doing and that he will obviously stand down very soon. And if he doesn't, he will only seek to harm his country.
Yes. We are thinking about economic sanctions, but we do not want to damage our relation with Russia too much.
My first suggestion, have you already talked to Mr. Putin? Have you taken a diplomatic
Yes.
meeting? And what was his response?
He had none of it. He was dead set on the invasion of Rwanda.
This is a fool's errand. I had thought a man of his political thinking would understand the situation better.
Yes.
That will have to make China considerably rethink her status and opinion with Russia, someone we've always viewed as an ally. But if they are making such foolish decisions, China may have to reconsider.
Yes, Iran will be reconsidering its relation with Russia as well.
Indeed.
This is very unfortunate.
As soon as I finish up some internal policy matters, I will take a mission to Moscow to try and speak sense into Mr. Putin. And if he cannot see sense, perhaps China will have to take more bold action.
Yes.
I thank you, Ayatollah Khomeini, for bringing this to our attention.
All right. I will take my leave now.
Vietnam could have been a good example of the failure of hard power politics, that too. If for no other reason, ideology isn't foreign policy, as it is shown by our current relationship with today versus China. Totally agreed, man. Yep. I feel like we're both preaching to the choir here, but yeah, agreed, man. Rwanda was Russian territory, so they should attack, and it is a mission. Large investment in Iran or India, you could probably double the Iranian economy. We could. I know, it is fun to talk about, though. It's interesting. Okay, we'll finish this, and then we're going to go take a mission to Moscow. Look at that factory count. We need to win the cyber war of the US. I'm sure they have barely even gotten into it. America's always behind technologically, so we can find ways to exploit them through cyber security. All right, let's go attack with Mr. Putin. Mr. Putin.
Hello, China. Welcome.
I am very disturbed to see your actions in Rwanda.
Well, as far as I was told, Iran was planning to overthrow the government and put their own puppet in charge. And Russian ships were being attacked by pirates.
Your ships were being attacked by Rwandan pirates.
That's just, yeah, I know.
You understand how that might seem very unlikely.
Oh, how I saw it is that Iranian-backed pirates were attacking
I
our
saw the
ships
document.
along the Somali, right, among the Somali coast.
Yeah. Also,
Somalia is well
especially
known for their pirates, but Rwanda I don't believe is.
No, I wouldn't say it's Rwanda in its entirety. It's the fact that Iran, after overthrowing the Somalian government and reinstating piracy, while also trying to expand their influence in Africa, it's something that I was not willing to stand for. I spoke with America. They seem to find it
Are you sure that Iran was incentivizing piracy in Somalia? Because I'm sure, as you are aware, Somalia has been a fractured nation for decades, one where the central government has almost no control over the coastal areas where those pirates have come from.
I would be willing to talk to.
I must say, Mr. Putin, China prides herself at being a nation who is very careful and who takes no action lightly, and we like to have allies that do the same. I hope in the future you will not take such brash action as what we are seeing right now in Rwanda.
However, I cannot agree with you on your statement that what's happening in Rwanda is an overreach of our government. I will say that I appreciate your opinion as an ally, and I will continue to take your statements and criticisms into account when further implementing foreign policy. If there is talks to be had with Iran, as they seemed, I tried to speak diplomatically with them. As I said, I was not comfortable with them expanding their influence in Africa. And I said that as I was being aware, Rwanda was defaulting that Somalia was attacking my ships, and I was simply trying to protect my people, protect my economy, and protect the future of the world's economy.
I take it that you exhausted all diplomatic options with Tehran before you took this action?
I did. I told him. I said, I do not want to see our relations fall apart, as I see Iran as a very close ally. As you've seen throughout the years that I've been at the bat for them for many years.
Last we heard, you were very good allies with Iran, so it is very disturbing to see how
Exactly.
quickly it has changed.
As it seems that Iran has taken our good faith as and spit in our face, as some leaders do, and they seem to be wanting to increase imperialist gains inside of Rwanda and their puppet nation of the Congolese democracy. And quite simply, we just want to make sure that our influence is safe, as well as the global trade market. And we spoke with America on this, as we were willing to, get other countries' approval. As I presume that you would agree with us on this matter, so I will regret.
We will not
regret
condone your
not,
actions in Rwanda, but we do agree that it's worrying to see Iran so heavily involved in Somalia.
If we could arrange a talk with Iran in regards to limiting their influence in Africa, I would gladly attempt to arrange peace with
China would agree to
Rwanda.
do so, but as the CCP is undergoing massive restructuring politically, we'll have to wait until the internal party struggles are over. But as soon as we have either reinforced leadership of my own faction or another, we will be happy to do so. Given probably, I'd say, 2 months or so, and we will have that dealt with.
Of course, and I will go to Tehran myself to speak with them.
Wonderful. As soon as we're done with our internal matters, we will be there as well. Thank you, Mr. Putin.
Awesome. I will be off.
I gotta follow Dawes. Someone using some doublespeak here, but is it Russia or Iran? Yeah, something's going on. We'll figure it out, but right now, China's undergoing a massive internal incident. While the Princeling's Vice President Xi Jinping is widely considered to be the most likely choice to succeed the current president, his fellow Princeling Bo Xilai has been a rising star in Chinese politics for several years now and came close to threatening Xi's ascension to the position of vice president. We should show the support of Hu Jintao's allies, graduates of the Communist Youth League, also known as the Tonpai, and members of the Populist Coalition. Bo Xilai poses too great of a threat to our government and our vision for China to be left unopposed. We should use current events to our advantage and seek to put a stop to Bo's seemingly inexorable rise by any means possible. You're gonna follow Kev Modi. You almost said Momoki, didn't you? You got your name's in my brain right now, man. Come on. Don't call me out like that. All right, have a good night, Viking. Hope you sleep well. We do have cast. Let's go ahead and get some of that going. This may turn pretty hot before we're done with this game, so let's prepare. All right, once we get Xi Jinping in power, and we've gotten rid of the other faction vying for power, Bo Xilai's group, we will be united more than ever. I know Xi Jinping is a much more ambitious man than I, so we will have a new era for China, and my job will finally be done. He's actually an interesting guy. Hu Jintao, he actually studied at university to work on energy research and stuff like that. And he worked before you came up in the party in China. He was I think hydropower. He worked at a hydro plant, I think, right? Is this Hu Jintao? I always forget who it was. I think it was Jintao. That's a good song. Yeah, hydroelectric station. I thought so. He had a background in energy, which is very interesting. The nation is outraged by the discovery that China's dairy countries have been selling products contaminated with toxic compounds melamine. Over 300,000 Chinese citizens have been poisoned by the contaminated milk and baby formula, and 11 countries have banned Chinese food imports. A number of high-ranking industry and governmental officials have been implicated. It seems that they are fully aware of the melamine content, which the World Health Organization has declared one of the largest food safety incidents in history. Heads we're gonna roll for that one. Just when we are becoming an economic power, we continue to be plagued by the corruption of corrupt party officials. We will need to put Xi Jinping personally in charge of that before he becomes the new leader, the new chairman of the Communist Party. Invading Russia is the key to win. This is a roleplay game, Motte, and they have nuclear weapons. So in a roleplay game, there's no way I will ever start a war of a nuclear power unless I'm roleplaying like a batshit crazy person. And Xi Jinping nor Hu Jintao are batshit crazy. They are very careful, very political thinkers. So we will not start a war of a nuclear power. Especially one that we have up until now to be considered a very good ally. We're the ones who have developed their economy. We are going to look to puppet North Korea here, too. With a brain tumor. That's someone from Martinique. Nice. Another Caribbean located person. You're not the only one now, photographer. Then you said there was like only 6 streamers from Trinidad and Tobago? Or something like that? Look at that. Look at that. What if you feel that their use of nukes would be so crazy that conventional war would act to increase tensions but not escalate in full nuclear Armageddon due to the potential damage and localized nature of the conflict? We could start a border conflict with the Russians, but seeing as they are one of our few strong long-term allies, I only want to do that as last option. We have started to refocus with closer ties to the Indians, but our ties with them lack the long-term trust that we have more or less developed with Russia. The ties between Russia and China are always complicated, but they are strong, all things considered. Let's upgrade the massively underdeveloped Taipei region as well. And the Parcel Islands. The savages didn't even have full infrastructure. How embarrassing. Yeah, I think trying to push a nuclear conflict with our longest ally would be very bad foreign policy. But if they continue to take such rash actions, we will have to consider such a thing. Sorry, what? God fucking damn it, Kim Jong-il! Not now! We were getting there! Jesus Christ, just... God damn it. This is why they need to be not independent. They can't be trusted to make rational decisions.
Hello, Mr. Hu Jintao.
Hello there.
It's President Obama. I'm just here on the behalf of the situation in the Korean Peninsula.
Yes.
I'm currently backing down from my affairs in Asia, meaning I would also appreciate if China would stay out of any Korean affairs, considering
I will leave. I'll be back.
simply letting the war happen and whichever country.
China is willing to stay out of any direct involvement. However, we have long-standing agreements to provide military aid to North Korea, and we unfortunately are required to keep those agreements. I'm sure you understand. But we are happy to formally stay out of that war, as China has no desire to get involved in another Korean war.
As military aid as equipment is, we cannot stop, but sending interventionist forces, the US will have to intervene themselves, considering we would...
If America stays entirely out of supporting South Korea, we won't send any interventionist forces.
Yes, that is what the US would prefer, simply let the Koreans fight it out from themselves, see who the victor becomes.
We can agree to these terms.
Great, if both powers can stay out of Korea.
Indeed.
Yes. Wish you farewell, and good luck.
You as well, Mr. Obama. Well, that's gonna be really... Okay, that works. Technically, they shouldn't even have to justify they ever actually signed peace in the first place. True, they're still at war. They never stopped being at war. North Korea is also still at war with America, technically. We're just gonna send absolutely shitloads of equipment to North Korea. Enough that they can overwhelm the South Koreans. And then we're gonna puppet them later. After they've won the war, hopefully. That's unfortunate. Iran has sent forces. Well, that works. They're not us, so they made no agreements with the Americans. We're almost done. We'll send some aircraft too. Let's go around and do a little bit of soft power in Asia. News channel in this server is underused. Sam, they're more casual role players compared to our server. You gotta remember, like news channel for like roleplay isn't really used anywhere besides our server. I've only seen like I think like one other server ever.
I want to let you know that that Russia and Iran have broken a peace because I don't think they anticipated us to actually fight when it comes to other African influence, right?
Mm.
And now that they've seen that our teeth are sharp and we're willing to fight for global integrity and global peace, as well as a free and open market in Africa, they transferred control of the port city of Mogadishu to
The Iranians do?
What?
The Iranians do, you're saying?
Yes, they transferred back the port city of Mogadishu back to Somalia, and they're actually brokering a peace with Rwanda for us, as we do not see a war as needed anymore.
Very well. I would have a favor of you, Mr. Putin.
Yes.
We have signed a deal with the Americans where we cannot send volunteers or aid, or actually just volunteers, to the North Koreans who are locked in the war with South Korea. We would ask Mr. Putin that if you're able to, you send volunteers to support the North Koreans in their endeavor.
Well, once this war ends, I would gladly offer my support to the
Wonderful.
North Koreans.
We're glad to hear that.
But until I get that, I think that I can't do much.
Very well. When you are able to, we would appreciate it.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will be out of your hair. I wish you the best. Come here.
You as well.
Goodbye.
This is a Paley server. It's another streamer. He does like casual roleplay games. So they're roleplay, but they're not like hardcore. Like on my server, we do really hardcore roleplay. This is more of a casual one, but he's a cool dude, and I want to play one of his games. So, and I gotta play China, which I've been wanting to do in an MP game forever. I thought we never technically declared war on North Korea. It's just a special military operation. I think for us, yes, but North Korea declared war on us. I know that. We'll give them access to all of our satellites. We will embargo South Korea. I'm going to do everything I can without directly intervening to ensure that North Korea wins this war. Hell yeah, man. Technically, the US only sent troops to the UN Expeditionary Force and never declared war. Yep, exactly. You stupid shit, I swear to God. I'm doing everything I can to help this crazy fucker win his war. And what does he do? He declares war on the Japanese. Well, we've done what we can. We've given him the support he needs. It'll have to be enough. I gotta follow Darth Kitsune. No, I'm not gonna do that. There is one thing we could do here, but it's really risky and not worth the risk. That's what the Japanese did back in the day. Yeah, yes they did. Yep, they're getting pushed back right now. I don't have the mill experience to make the divisions I need either. I didn't plan on going military heavy this game. For games they play as China and AMD, North Korea always kills themselves, usually by declaring war on South Korea and Japan, while they try to nullify that and get declared on by Russia and South Korea. Yep. I hope they change that. They are planning on doing more work to code it a little bit better. I'm hoping they do that. Yeah, you're right, Dennis. I should have done it earlier. I've just been focused on other things. Fix all these AI divisions. We're gonna have to get involved soon. We kind of have to intervene. We can't allow South Korea to conquer North Korea. We may have to break our agreement with America. But we need enough nuclear warheads pointed at them to be able to make them stop. I'm just not certain if, like, the people in the server will be willing to properly roleplay a nuclear warhead, so I'm not sure how, like, I want to approach that. If they get pushed to Pyongyang, we're gonna have to go in. I'd say a smaller nation. I think the best nation to learn EU4 is either the Ottomans or France. I'd probably recommend France. Or England's not bad too if you want to learn like colonial and navy too, but France is probably the best nation to learn. Or the Ottomans if you just want to stack wipe everyone, Zodi. But France would be Castile's solid too, yeah. I know France, they have made a lot more difficult recently, so maybe France not the best. Back in the day, France used to be like the learning nation, but I know they changed a lot of that to make it more difficult. Because there's a lot more puppets you have now and stuff like that. In the early days of EU4, like, you owned almost all the territory of France, but now they've done it like more realistically and made it all divided. Which does make it a lot more difficult. Alright, Hu Jintao was a good man, but he was not able to guide China through the coming days. It is time for it. Something's going on downstairs. He is not prepared to guide us through these troubling times as Asia becomes more and more of a powder keg. They're not getting supply. Let's see if we can get them motorized. We still are working motorized. Yeah, utility vehicles. We need a lot more of them, though. We need a lot of them. We're gonna try and support North Korea here. We'll gain a war goal against South Korea and we can technically enter the war. I might blitzkrieg this. It's really dangerous. We need nukes pointed at the US to do that. If we can have at least a couple warheads pointed at the west coast of the US, they probably won't go for it. What's up, Earth? We're gonna do a naval invasion. If North Korea can win this by themselves, that's great, but I suspect they can't, so we are gonna have to enter this. I think if we play hardball with President Obama, or right. We can definitely play hardball now. My first reaction is, God damn it. My second reaction is, that'll work. That work. No, because we'll declare war on South Korea. South Korea is not in a faction of Japan. So we cap South Korea and then North Korea will be permanently out of war with Japan, but that's fine. We're gonna lightning strike it as soon as they point ICBMs at America's west coast is what we're gonna do. There's no way that a realistic Trump roleplay would intervene. For all his bluster, he's a goddamn coward. He wouldn't do that. DF are the ones we wanted. Ah, I was selecting the wrong one. Now these rockets don't have the range. Well, we can do this at least. How long out are we for the F-31As are in 50 days. These are the ones we want. Actually, are these far enough? 11,000. DF-31As we can hit America with. I think. That is the range. If we can even hit Hawaii, he'll probably stand down. Hey there, Fall Lord Winglord. Winglord. They have a fallen Naruto boy. Man, these are not good, are they? We can hit Midway. We can hit Hawaii. Good. So we can hit the west coast with these.
Iran and Russia have come to an agreement when it comes to Rwanda, as Rwanda has ceased to accept our peace agreements. We are currently working towards allowing Russian troops to launch air invasions of Rwanda through Somalia to end this conflict once and for all.
Very well. I'm glad that you are bringing it to terms. I am sure you're aware of the continued civil war in the Korean Peninsula, which is dramatically affecting China's exports and Asian security.
Right. I'm very much aware. I'm trying to get this war over with where I can help in any way I can.
If this continues, China
And
may
my
have to
game-
take some
and my
pretty radical
game-
steps here,
my
to be
game
frank.
just crashed.
Oh, fuck.
Well, we're gonna reload. It's fine. What day was it?
26th of March.
That's fine. It's fine.
Fuck. All right, rehosting.
Yeah, we're rehosting. That's unfair, man. We're having something. Anyway, yeah, no. Rwanda being is not looking out for its people's best interests, as we've offered peace. We didn't want to invade, and it seems that
It's a
they
complicated
don't
situation.
want-
I'll leave it to you, as again, the Asia is much more important to us at present.
Out of
Sure.
roleplay, are we ending right now?
Nope, my game crashed.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna rehost. Let's get back in. Would you come with me to Moscow? Which one?
All right.
All right, so obviously what we're about to do is a lightning war. Xi Jinping in this timeline is going to be an even more aggressive leader than he was in reality, and is in reality. He's still chairman. What we're going to do is we're going to, in a lightning war, join the Korean War. We're going to seek to navally invade and capitulate South Korea almost immediately. And if America seeks to get involved, I'm going to put it very simply, that we have nuclear weapons aimed at their bases in Okinawa, Midway, and in Hawaii. And that we do have missiles capable of hitting the West Coast, which is true, we just haven't made any yet. Once he hears that, since he's, I assume, going to roleplay Trump, who he has as a leader, optimally he probably will stand down. I mean, Trump blusters a lot about China, but he is not a military man, and I doubt would want to get nuked. So, we're going to basically make a great gamble here. Yep, we are. We're gonna go wild card Xi Jinping is what we're doing right now. So, welcome back, Richard. We'll see how this goes. This is a big gamble. This is a very big gamble. But if we could secure the Korean Peninsula, it'll be worth it. And it will permanently make America a secondary status to China militarily. So it'll be dramatic upheaval. Easier said than done, is all I'll say. If he responds and agrees to go into the war despite that, though, then we're going to have to decide really hard how much Korea is worth it to us. As America's nuclear arsenal does surpass ours significantly. But theoretically, I think Donald Trump would probably not want to see Hawaii nuked off the map, as it would definitely hurt his approval numbers. So that should do it, but we'll see. Wait for the ID right now. Oh, there it is. Betting it all on back because he's letting it ride. Yeah. Just like the Macau casino we love to use, we are going to gamble it all on one. You gotta follow Joe Meg. See how this goes. It all comes that why not come to an agreement for pre-war borders. If we have to, we'll do that. But if we can secure the Korean Peninsula under our thumb, if we can lightning strike South Korea and capitulate them before the US can do anything, we're gonna turn them into a puppet, and we'll do North Korea into a puppet too. That's like the last option. That's the worst option that we would accept, would be pre-war borders. Optimally, we want all of the Korean Peninsula under our hands and under our control. And we're willing to play nuclear chicken to get it. Because in this roleplay, Xi Jinping is going to be, I wouldn't say crazy, but willing to go to very extreme lengths to get what he wants. I mean, Xi Jinping in reality is already pretty narcissistic, authoritarian, and desiring total control in Asia. And we're going to crank it up a couple levels. Who is naming me? Tomiko sent me a Chinese war song. Let's play it. This is the military parade going on in Beijing right now as we prepare. Ooh, this is a banger. I'm adding this to my China playlist. China makes very good military songs, I have to say. Goddamn. Pretty much, man. Every time I see his face, all I can hear now is "What's up, Beijing?" That's all I hear when I look at Xi Jinping now. "What's up, Beijing?" God, this is a slapper. Goddamn right. Come on, man. I'm hyped. I want to get in here. God, that does go hard. Jesus. Tomiko, I know you're watching. Good fucking call, man. What is it, Dubai? Jesus. Yeah, that just ruins your ability to expand. It's probably to counteract their broken-ass focus tree that makes you become a superpower in 2004. Ready the fuck up, folks. Come on. We have a Korean peninsula to unify. And Asia to dominate. And in America to bully. I'd say get it below 10 if you can, if you want that really quick development, quick growth. This fucking Kalmar Union, dude. God fucking damn it. His potatoes plugged in. I have my toaster plugged in too, so I'm ready to go. It's running Hearts of Iron 4 and making me toast at the same time. That's a win-win. Multitasking. Here we go. You fucking upgrade my goddamn destroyers. Oh no. This whole fleet, this is a paper tiger fleet, guys. All 52 of these destroyers have no guns on them. Fuck, I forgot I was doing that. It's fine. They just need to not realize we have a paper fleet. This is peak China roleplay right here. We got a bunch of boats with nothing on them, and we're calling it a navy. Thank you for the sub, Naruto boy. Appreciate it, man. Hey, alerts are working again.
Boy, there's no real easy way to say this. Look, you're a simp. I'm gonna have to report you back to Cusco.
Empty fucking destroyers. Yeah. You know what we need to do? You know what we need to do? There we go. That's fitting. Okay. Here we go. Right now. Did I do the right thing? I didn't. Hold on. The time has come to settle old scores and bring it into the unsuitable division of the Korean Peninsula. The division has separated families, crippled a proud nation, and given our enemies a foothold in our immediate sphere of influence. Alright. We're about to blitzkrieg. 26 days. If we can pop out even one of these, we'll be able to target Los Angeles. They would be mad. Mad to involve themselves, given the power of China. We almost double their factory count now. All these forces on the border just waiting to go in. USA has a small piece of land in Okinawa. Yep. And there is a nuke trained at it right now. We have a couple of nukes prepared to launch at Okinawa. We have nukes pointed at Okinawa and at Hawaii right now. And once we get the new ICBM completed, we'll have one that can hit the west coast of China. West coast of USA. It's Trump. I don't think they will. Not if we do it quick enough. He'll have to explicitly declare war on us or join on Korea's side. And by then, hopefully, our Marines will have completely capitulated the Korean peninsula. We're gambling here, Dubai. This is a gamble. If America enters this war, I don't know if we can beat them. But I'm going to count on the weakness of the current president, Donald Trump. Think of it as sub-truth. Truthiness hurts. Nice. Think of it as sub, man.
Look, you're a simp. I'm gonna have to report you back to Cusco.
I don't know the player well enough to know what he'll do too. So it's gonna go really well or really bad. We'll see. And again, we do have a paper fleet. There's no guns on almost all of our ships. So if they call us out, we can't contend them navally. Oh yeah, what's up, Krieger? There we go. The F-31s. There we go. We're going to put our whole economy behind producing all those ICBMs. And once we have those, we can hit the Americans whenever we want.
You think there's a chance my save state's corrupt because it's cracked again?
It might be. It does happen in MD sometimes.
I mean,
Is your internet really bad right now or something, or?
We have 50 megabyte download speed and 10 up.
What the hell?
15 download?
50.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay.
That's like 500 megabits.
Well, I was like, I think it's a 15. I was like, oh, Jesus,
I mean,
there's the problem.
I could lower the speed to 3.
Yeah. We always play on speed 3 because 4 does have a lot of problems with it.
Alright, then we'll do that. We'll play on 3 speed.
Alright,
yeah,
cool.
That's not so, man.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. I'm sorry about that.
No, it happens. It's Paradox MP servers. It's never easy.
Well, ID's gonna be in that staging area.
Sounds good.
Some kind of ramp.
So close, yet so far. Fuck. Bing chillin'. 50 Chevy. Not amazing, but good enough for an MP game with 10 people. We must wait even longer before we do our lightning strike into Korea, unfortunately. You know, we haven't done one of these in a long time. You know what we're gonna do right now? I've done one of these in a long time. Prediction time. Will the U.S. stand up to us? Or will they just simply let us take South Korea? If they stand up to us, we may stand down, to be honest. We'll see. Okay, because Xi Jinping is not a madman. If they intervene into the war, we'll probably call for a peace treaty and stand down. Because we can't really contend the U.S. But I think we're certainly willing to risk the cusp of nuclear war to try and get Korea. I'm beginning to fade, so I'm going to get some sleep. Have a good stream, everyone. Have a good night, John. I'll see you around, man. That's fair. I'm not either. I usually stay up really late. They'll stand down, or Trump's dementia will kick in, and it'll get really crazy really fast. Yeah, this is going to go really well or really badly. There's really no middle ground with Trump. Assuming that we get an actual Trump roleplay. We'll see. Someone requested, Richard requested Hell March. I'll do the song request. For the 100th fucking time. This fucking Swiss player. Jesus! That McDonald's Wi-Fi internet's not working. So people are gathered on the city squares. They raise their banners. They're repeating 3 worlds. Serial Alpish. Swiss McDonald's internet. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Our EU4 game today got started a little slow. So we were doing EU4 roleplay now because it's fucking fantastic. And we did one this morning. The game started a little bit late because the organizer, Bulldog, went to get McDonald's. And the McDonald's line was so long that he didn't get home until like 10 minutes after he was supposed to start. Speaking of McDonald's, like we had a delayed start to EU4 because of fucking McDonald's. Fuck, man. He's just reinforcing all those horrible American stereotypes, I swear to Jesus. Little apple by chopstick? You request it if you like. All right, here we go. Wait, is that Finster? Hold on, is Finny Finster? Hey, that's Finster! You son of a bitch! You posted me my governor of Mexico, and you never showed up. Hey, you were sleeping. Oh, that's fair, man. That's a good reason. He was one of the governors I was complaining about earlier today. I will never play another game of EU4 roleplay without a co-op though. That's what I learned today. I learned today that EU4 is such a complex, intense game in multiplayer and in roleplay that you can't roleplay in it unless you have a co-op, period. So that's what I learned today in EU4 roleplay. It's not viable without a co-op. Like the whole game, it was just me silently like trying to stop my empire falling like apart. And I was just like, this is supposed to be a roleplay game. And I'd start to do some roleplay and they'd be like, rebels have popped up in Mexico. I was like, fuck! Fuck! I need to go have a diplomatic talk with the Nillans. Hello there! Looks over at Morocco invading. God damn it! Whole game today. So, point in case, I will never play EU4 roleplay ever again without a co-op. So I can actually actually roleplay. Jesus Christ. They would have followed Dodo. Yeah, Richard, I'm sure you understand. E4s. Oh, man. Hoi 4 you can get away with kind of like, you know, playing by yourself. You can get away with it. You can't in EU4. At least I'm not good enough to do it. You got a multitask, you can probably talk and fight Magico and all that. You can manage the War Realm and roleplay at the same time. Dog, I don't have enough executive power in my upper, like, forward lobe to do that, my man. So I need a co-op, just saying. That's what I learned. I'd say do peacetime roleplay. The problem is when you're Spanish Empire, there's really, like, no peacetime. Do you want total war? Because that's what you get when you're a colonial overlord of the Spanish Empire. Fuck. All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I've been ready. All right, well, we did make it a little bit further. 18 days. Look at that economy, though. 546 civilian factories. I can hear the sound of America's Fed just fucking crying as they realize that their economy is a joke. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. We have, I think, around double their civs. Yeah, I agree with you, Momoki. In EU4 roleplay, I think Speed 2 also might be a better idea. Speed 3 is a little fast. Speed 3 in Hoi 4 is, like, pretty slow. But in EU4, Speed 3 is actually kind of fast, now that I realize it. In multiplayer, at least, because you can't pause. Speed 3 in EU4 is, like, really slow if you're in single player, because you can pause. But in multiplayer, where there's no pausing, it's a little fast, I find. Especially if you want to roleplay, and if you're like me and you're streaming, which I won't change things based on that, but, you know. You get what I'm saying. I want to ask for Speed 2, but felt odd asking for it. Yeah, well, we can discuss for a next game. I'd be happy to do a Speed 2 next game, frankly. How difficult is Millennium Dawn to pick up? At first, it seems daunting. It is daunting. It's not easy to learn. It is doable, though. It just takes some time. I have a YouTube tutorial for it. Not to be like the asshole fucking plugging their YouTube, but I did make some YouTube tutorials from Millennium Dawn if you're interested. They explain it to you pretty well. You can learn it by yourself, though. It is daunting. It is more complex than base Hoi. It does take some time to learn. So, yep. Yeah, true. Speed 1 is way too slow. I agree with you on that. All right, I think we're about ready. There it is. There it is. Never played Hearts of Iron? Came here to watch someone play before deciding to buy or not. For sure, great God. It's a great game. If you like strategy, if you like history, if you like modern geopolitics, because there's an amazing mod for it, it's worth it. If you like roleplay, if you like competitive, any of that interests you, it's a great game. But it will suck away all of your time because it's too fun. So keep that in mind. Probably October, Tashin. These things could hit the American West Coast. Can you control the pace? Yes. In a single player game you can. There's a speed at the top part of the game. You can control that in single player. In multiplayer, there's usually no pausing, so it's sped at a reasonable speed, and then you go normally. Only if it comes to a hot war Earth. I'm basically gonna play nuclear chicken with the US to try and get Korea. We'll see if it pays off though. Worst case, we're probably gonna stand down. Probably. Depends. Because we got a big softy in charge of the US. We have a very weak American president, so it's a good time to do something like this. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Nice, man. I played a bit of that game. I could never get into the combat of it, but the story and the graphics were very good. You might want to import some oil. You're about to run out of fuel. Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate it. We're going to need a lot. Let's just get 20. Mildly cursed, but all right. When we got the exact amount of oil we needed for this war, we ended up with 666 factories. I would say that the universe is giving us a sign, but we're not Christian savages here in China, so we don't give a fuck. Oh yeah, Tasha, nice. That means that there's no big streamers. That's what that means. If people are watching me, that's what that means. All right, once we get these out, we'll point at the F-31s at Los Angeles, Seattle, and in San Francisco. And then, when we go to the bargaining table, we'll be able to threaten Trump pretty hard. I assume those will hit LA. We'll see in a minute. Biggest relative in the space. That's true, man. That's true. There it is. We're good to go. $300 kiloton nuclear warheads. We can't fucking hit it. God damn it. I thought we could. Well, you know what? We'll aim even more at Hawaii. Oh well. Not what I wanted, but it'll have to work. Yeah, it's not too bad. For the price you can get it right now, Great God, I'd advise getting Hoi. It's a really good game. But it depends on how much you like Grand Strategy. EU4 is also fantastic. CK3 is overpriced, but not bad. Stellaris is really good, and it's on sale for $10. That's a fantastic Grand Strategy game. I'm not sure if you have any of those, but just in case, I'd consider those as well. If you're shopping for a good Grand Strategy game. It is. It can be very intense. All Paradox games are, except for CK3. Here we go. Oh, I thought we got to cast a spell. We didn't. And we do. Nope. All right, we'll have to go with the backup plan then. We'll puppet them, and once they're puppeted, we'll enter the war. And that focus glitched out. We were supposed to get a cast a spell, but we didn't. So what we're going to do instead is puppet North Korea and then enter the war that way. That'll work too. Hey, subscription fees. So to get the DLC, it costs additional money. Paradox has a thing where you can basically pay, like a monthly fee to get all the DLCs for their games. An alternative, if you don't want to buy the games and you want to test it, is the Xbox PC Game Pass. Gives you all the Paradox games. I think it's like $8 or $10 a month or something if you want to try that. But there are a lot of DLCs for these games that are expensive that are kind of required to play them. So be warned about that before you get into it too. Soviet, but I guess it's close enough. Gonna infiltrate the South Korean army. We need 12% more when we puppet them. I really want to play South Korea in one of our MP games. Their tree is broken. Yeah, it's got a lot of problems. They're going to update it in 1.7 the next update, which will probably come out in August or around there. North Korea's going to get more rework too. We're gonna keep them puppeted, Max. We'll turn them into a single country, because I think there's state transfers in there. No, there's not. So we'll puppet all of the Korean Peninsula. What we're gonna do is enter this war through North Korea, so we'll get North Korea to annex South Korea. We'll keep them as a puppet, and then in the future we probably annex them, but we won't only play this game past tonight, so it won't happen tonight. Yeah, Chief. This sounds Korean rather than Chinese. Not that I'm an expert on any language, let alone English, but still. This is a big vibe change, though. Oh, I'll know about this one. I love this song for my Chinese friends and they hate it. So it is Chinese then. This is like Chinese pop. The beat is catchy as fuck, I will say that. Like that little riff there, not bad. God damn it. What are they gonna do with Rwanda? They're gonna puppet it, yep. Rwanda's been puppeted by Russia. Nice! 9% to go. It does. This will definitely hit America. And then Paul Zelzan Bunar. How do you handle all the pre-existing guarantees and faction this mod? Carefully. It's a bit of a nightmare. It helps if you understand geopolitics, but you gotta maneuver. You gotta maneuver around stuff a lot. Modern geopolitics and political alliances are very complicated, so you have to maneuver around it really carefully. You're basically always trying to step around America's alliance and NATO. So carefully is how I would describe it. Be very careful. Especially if you're not a big country. The player, I think, just wanted to get Trump as president, so that's what happened. Yo, this slaps. Damn. Started World War III is Palestine. Yeah, you gotta be very careful. There's a lot of little tricks you learn playing it to get around that stuff. It's not easy though. You gotta be very patient with expansion in this mod. Yep, this is MP. Did I put that tag on? I thought I did. On stream. Yeah, put on. 0 hour tracks coming in clutch. This is fucking good, man. I know a lot of Chinese and Taiwanese music through my friends, but I can't type their names. Fair, man. My only campaign in this mod so far went badly, but was great fun. It takes time to learn this mod, but it's worth it. It's so much fun. It's really fun in single player, but it's at its best in multiplayer, I think. That's why I play so much of it in MP. It is the best modern geopolitical multiplayer like thing you can do. I used to do so many like online forums and like Discord like nation roleplay servers and stuff, and then I found this mod and I was like, oh yes, oh yes. Damn it, Russia! Master of the World Geopolitical Simulator 3. I have never played that one. No, I've never played that one. I am looking forward to Superpower 3 though. I have a little bit of hope for that game. It could be pretty solid too, but we'll see. We're just slowly getting more and more power in Kim Jong-il's military government until we eventually just get him under our control. And then we enter the war. Five to go. I only bring it up because it came up before MD, but it was a little janky at the time. It has a lot of depth areas that MD could too. Really? Let me look at Masters of the World Geopolitical Simulator. Geopolitical Sim 3. That does look cracked as fuck, my man. It looks interesting, but those graphics, oh god, those graphics. Oh god, those graphics, Jesus. That looks like the original Sim City. You know, the original one? Bad. All right, let me show you one. Fuck, man. It's a little painful to look at. I'm gonna be real with you. Let me show you one. You might find this interesting if you like that. This is gonna come out soon, and I am pretty excited for it. So we'll see if it's good. They go to full Astaccent. It's right there. They have full voice cutscenes, and they are painful. Oh god, I can't imagine the voice acting. I assume they just got like voice actors from the New York subway that they recorded while the train was going. That's good. I'm gonna assume it's something along those lines. Fuck, man. But yeah, Superpower 3 looks pretty solid. It has a lot of potential. We'll see if it's good though. Four. We will go into a war with Japan though. Let me try something. Yeah, it looks good. But one plays Obama and every general is a white British dude, all of them. Yeah, that's about right. That's about what I expect, I'm gonna be honest. We are out of dockyards, okay. We're gonna need an actual good navy to fight the Japanese here. You know what we're gonna do? I know how we win this. We're gonna hold Japan hostage. If America enters the war, we're gonna nuke Tokyo. That's what we're gonna do. Because if we enter the war on the side of North Korea, we'll be at war with South Korea and Japan. We will say to America that if they stay out of the war, we will allow Japan their independence. But if they enter it, we're gonna nuke Japan. We're gonna hold Japan hostage. What's all being played? I will show you 1 second. Yep, that's how we get this. That's how we win this. Nah, they've been hit before. They'll be fine. They're used to it. All right, we got America, we got Germany, we've got Sweden, we've got Russia, we've got India, we got us. A lot of players dropped because of all the rehosts, so there's not a lot of us left. Yep, they formed the Kalmar Union. They got real big. It's very slow going. I think I'm completely out of water, my man. I am completely out of water. I'll have to go grab more in a minute. Oh, God, look at that. Ooh, they're fighting us. Oh, no. Accept your fate. Way to get ready for Japan, if need be. All our naval bombers up here.
We are having a UN meeting in Moscow regarding the Korean Peninsula, and we're trying to solve or preserve the status quo as it was for Korean Peninsula and end this conflict.
Very well.
If you would like to meet me in Moscow to talk with the UN, I like America, Germany.
We will be there.
We'll be there. All right. I will. We'll see you. See you.
So we'll see what they have to say in just a moment, though.
I will be right back.
Sounds good.
All right, we have India arriving. Switzerland, they did not answer my call. So the initial person that wanted to have this meeting won't be here. But I would like to start this discussion by saying, by everyone stating their positions on this war and how they presume we should carry out. I think we should start with China, as this is right on their front door. China, what do you think should be done when it comes to the Korean conflict?
We fully support the North Koreans in their actions in South Korea, as the South Koreans have repeatedly aggressed them upon the border and now have brought in their allies in Japan. This is unacceptable. It is destroying trade and stability in Asia. And China, frankly, is getting tired of this conflict and wants to see an end.
Thank you, China. Germany, what would you say your stance is when it comes to the Korean conflict? Or the reignition of the Korean War, I should say. you have anything that you would you think should be brought up? All right, we'll go to America, as Germany seems to have communication issues. America, would you be able to step up to the plate and tell us what you are concerned for and how you think we should address the conflict in the Korean Peninsula?
Yes, the United States seeks mostly neutrality within the Korean Peninsula, hopefully keeping both North and South Korea independent, which is why the United States was hoping, and we ourselves are keeping our forces away from the current conflict. But in case of any foreign intervention, we will take action and send in troops to both Korea and Japan.
Absolutely. When it comes to Sweden, what would your stance be when it comes to the Korean conflict? How do you think we should resolve this?
I am not really interested too far eastern geopolitics to really affect me.
You would like to abstain from commenting on this
Yes.
issue? Oh, Germany has come back. Would you like to state your position on how we should handle the Korean attack or war?
Well, I understand both sides don't want to have each other at some sort of disadvantage within the peninsula. So, if there is a possible way to have a white peace, would that probably be for the best for both sides?
I think the only way we could see that happening is having China militarily declare war on South Korea and maintain full control over the peace talks, and have it where South Korea ends up independent at the end of the war. Or I don't know how we could do this if there is a ability to white peace this war, considering that Japan has been brought into it.
Indeed.
Because, well, if the North Koreans win this war, the South Koreans will become communist, and then there will not be fair elections from that point on. If possibly South Korea can take over North Korea, and then allow
That's absolutely unacceptable.
They can choose if they want to be within.
China would suggest, due to the aggression of South Korea and Japan's unwarranted involvement in this war, that North Korea be allowed to formally unite the Korean Peninsula to bring peace to Asia.
Has America said anything on this
I
topic?
think they stated that they do not want to have an imbalance of power inside the Korean peninsula, and that's something that I think is very, very important. It's making sure that both sides do not see the other side as a existential threat.
Yes.
I am currently fence sitting on this as when it comes to this war, I would love to see the DPR continue to exist, as I do not believe that they are in the wrong for this invasion, as this is simply, the war has never ended, as we well know. This is simply a ceasefire that over time has gradually became more and more strained, and we need to, I see this as a chance to finally end this war. This has become a much bigger problem in the eastern theater of the world, and I can see China's willingness for North Korea to reunite the Korean Peninsula. However, I can see that I don't know. I think that there is a statement to be had that maybe there is a need for the Korean Peninsula to be united. There might be a need there, and considering that Japan is already a very close U.S. ally, as well as most of Asia in that entirety, I think that it would only be fair for North Korea to be the one to unite the Korean Peninsula.
China is in agreement.
So is India in agreement with this? Because I don't think we've had an Indian representative speak on this.
we have determined on a neutral stance. But,
You think that if you want to resign and not vote in this, that's completely on you as a UN member.
it is our view that Asia must be stable. Agree with much of what we heard here, but it's not really our place to make these decisions.
Do America and Germany think that there is a chance that we could, as long as Japan were to stay independent and under American and German protection, that we could unite the Korean Peninsula under the North Korean state?
Is it even possible for the war to end if Korea dies within this war?
China could
Or
speed that
would
along with
Japan
intervention
have
forces.
to be- Well, would Japan have to be invaded as well? Do you know?
That's actually a good question. It'd be
I
considered a
do-
major, I think.
I do wonder, guys.
Yeah, they are.
Is there a chance to white peace this? If
The thing is that Japan is a major, so you would have to invade both Japan and Korea.
is there a way to white peace with Japan if we were to go to war?
No.
It's a very tricky predicament, as I do not.
Well, the China cannot allow for the capitulation of North Korea, to put it simply.
And the USA cannot allow for the capitulation of South Korea.
I suppose we
And
will be keeping the
Japan.
status quo.
Yes, we believe that a divided Korea is the best solution, leaving both communist back north and democratically back south.
All right, but how are we going to secure the front lines in the Korean Peninsula?
Shall be kept at the parallel which they've always been at.
All right. So do we agree that there should be intervention forces, at least from the Chinese and Russian side, to secure the?
Due to the fact that
parallel?
they've been pushed back from a line of control, China formally will be sending intervention forces to ensure this happens.
And then, as long as we do not cross the parallel, I think that will be fine. Yes.
Yes, that is agreeable.
So the
Alright.
war will continue, but it will just be at the line, correct?
Correct.
I could see that as an agreeable.
I
approach,
don't
as-
think
as
that. I
long
don't
as-
think that.
As long as
Amer-
troops are not completely encircled and they are just pushed out, I agree with that.
And then we will
agree on
send
that.
intervention forces. And yes, we will push them to the parallel as best we can. And I believe that it would be in the best interest that America and Germany do not intervene unless the border is crossed. Is that something that we can agree upon?
Yes, as long as we keep parallel, that is fine. And as long as the troops are not completely encircled and wiped out, and they are just simply pushed out, that is completely fine.
All right, I think that's something that we can agree upon. Then we will send our. I'm sending my intervention forces now.
Is
And then-
that
and then-
agreeable with the leadership of China?
We can agree to those terms.
Wonderful.
Okay, then it's agreed. Agreed, America?
Agreed.
Absolutely beautiful. I'm glad to see that peace is attainable, even in these troubling times for the Koreans. As we do not want to cause conflict within the region, as we've seen that the Cold War is over, gentlemen. It's as simple as that. The Cold War is over, and I do not see a war between America, Russia, China, and the rest of Europe, including Germany here, to be in any of our best interests, quite frankly.
Yes, and if we could keep this information from the South Koreans and the Japanese, that would probably be best.
Indeed.
Exactly.
Not let them know that we're agreeing to these terms.
I think that's something that we can agree to, maintaining some sort of status quo.
Yes.
Of course, and we will continue to do as we must, and I presume that you'll be watching to make sure that the ideas that we agreed upon will be men.
Yes, I will be watching closely.
Of course, and I will attempt to help push back the Koreans.
Well, good luck on the endeavor. And,
We hope that there is a peaceful outcome here.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right, then. Thank you for helping us hold this UN meeting.
Thank you, Russia, for calling the summit.
Thank you for attending.
Yes, thank
I
you
will
all.
say-
I'm glad that we came to an agreement.
An agreement that lacks blood and intercontinental war.
Yes.
That is a huge plus to world peace.
Yes. Hopefully we can keep agreeing on these sorts of engagements.
This is what we intend, at least here in Russia. We don't want to. We do not want to see any war that is unjustified or unneeded. In fact, we are contemplating opening up our economy for more trade. So if you were looking for more resources, would you be interested in any of our Russian oil?
I'd be interested in oil.
Well, we're gonna agree to those terms, but we're preparing. We can't pup with them because they're in a war. That's why we can't pup with them. I just figured it out. So we're gonna do something even more dramatic. We're about to become a superpower, and once we become a superpower, we can take rival superpower, which means we'll be able to justify and declare on Korea directly, if we want to. Because if you look right now, our great power status, we contribute 14.4% of the global economy, and it's held back because of our influence. So if we can raise our domestic influence, we'll be able to justify as a superpower. God damn it, I fucked it up. This really fucked us. Shit, 50% off, one-time offer, special deal. Goddamn, they are so entrenched. We're trading really well, to be honest, considering we don't have a lot of air there. We're overhauling our Navy, too. Completely updated. Once we overhaul the rest of it, we are going to be very strong. Yeah, they are both AI-controlled wild. How's it going, man? Also good to see you. We need to get rid of influence on us. Yep. Because we have... As the independence from foreign powers is 60%. So we need to get rid of a lot of that influence. If we can attack the influence of America and get that down, we'll be able to be a superpower. We just need to get rid of the foreign influence on us, which takes PP. Hoppy school will be over soon. Yeah, it's almost summer. We are almost there. I'll show you guys how to become a superpower. This is always fun. Yeah, this is my favorite focus to do as the US. Where is it? Rival superpower. We'll get it. We can get a Casus Belli on America if we want, and we add American decline, which really fucks up the US. So we'll take rival superpower, then we'll immediately go for in-US hegemony, which will fuck up the U. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll take rival superpower, we'll threaten them with this focus, as well as the nukes, and if they stand down in Korea, we won't do this. If they don't do it, then we'll hit them with this. I don't think there's rules against that, so. You're really trying to get people to click that link. Jesus Christ, Cola. It is a very special one. I'll say that. Very special indeed. God damn it. We are severely out-trading them right now. Fuck it. God damn it. Stability is affecting it too, probably. I know what we'll do. Because we need to get that influence down. The Complete Z thought that'll help out a lot. Yeah, we'll go for this. Finish Chinese Dream. Then we'll go down to the Chinese Tech Dominance. Quality Engineering. I'm going to follow Cast Hair Shell. I hope you're doing alright. Are we really going to max out our building slots as China tonight? Holy fuck. I think we might. You just maybe have 500 sis. Specifically have 573 sis. Now for me, I might join one of these games one day. Sounds good, Cost. Have a good time, man. Have you done any recent CK3 roleplay? Fun gaming, great for roleplay. It is, Tajit. There might be one tomorrow, funny you speak of that, but I'm not sure if it's happening or not. There was supposed to be one, but the host may not be able to show up, so we'll see. You'll see lots of CK3 roleplay, the grand campaign, which starts in 2 weeks, or less than 2 weeks now. So, if you want to see CK3 roleplay, just wait for the grand roleplay campaign. Yep, we're going for it, Cast. If you want to join the grand campaign, there is a section of the Discord for it, Kula. There's a section of our Discord for it. Just go in the Discord and go down to the grand campaign section. There's a how-to channel that explains how to sign up and make it. I swear to fucking God, Kula. But yeah, guys, we are doing a multiplayer roleplay grand campaign. Grand campaigns where you play from CK3, E4, Vicky 2, Hoi 4, and then Stellaris. We're doing a roleplay multiplayer one. So that starts in less than 2 weeks if you're interested. Just gonna keep reiterating that. We have, I think, around 30 people for it right now, but we'll see how many show up. Let's get that advanced AI. Okay, so the way we're gonna do Stellaris, Yeah, it'll be worth it though, DBG. But the way we're gonna do Stellaris is basically the Empire and/or players and a country in Hoi 4 that's the most dominant by the end of Hoi 4 will become like the dominant human species in Stellaris. So basically, whoever like is the strongest at the end of Hoi 4, they don't need to have a world conquest. Just as the strongest, they get to design the human species in Stellaris. Will allow the second strongest and then the third strongest to choose 2 human offshoot branches, so like break off humans in Stellaris, and then everyone else will play aliens. So that's how we'll do it. It's hard to learn Vicky and Hoi. Hoi is easy to learn the basics of. Vicky also, it's doable. A couple hours each, I'd say, to get the basics, enough to roleplay it. How do you do the family coat of arms? The designer for CK3. Here is a designer for CK3 that lets you make really cool ones. I'm still redoing mine. I'm also going to put out the first episode of that on YouTube probably at the end of next week. It's going to be the Grand Roleplay Campaign Episode 0, where I introduce the house we're going to be playing, which is House Horatia, which is basically a modified version of the historical patrician Roman household. But in like our timeline, they're going to basically have been the rulers of the Duchy of Athens since the fall of Western Rome. So we're going to roleplay as Athens at the start of that. The most easy Produx games, Hoi 4, Stellaris, Vicky. Easy to learn. They get very deep and complex, though. Yeah, it's going to be fun, Zodi. I've been so psyched for it for months now. I mean, I feel like it would be interesting if there were players that were aliens. Yep, there will be. So there will be 1 player as the main human species, 2 split-off species, and then everyone else will be alien AI in it. Or not alien. You know what I mean. Alien civs. Does the CK3 Green COT print text string to put in the app for the Grand Campaign? Yeah, so what we do is in the sign-up page for it, we ask you to send us basically the copy and paste DNA for your character's appearance and then your household flag. And then the night before we start the Grand Campaign, me and a couple of our staff team are going to go into a save file and modify it. So your appearance for your character and his stats, as well as your household name and banner are put into the game. So they'll just be in it and ready to go for when we start on the first session. And we'll keep that going. Any good Hello there.
You're a very close friend with the ally to me, and it would hurt to maintain secrets between us.
Indeed.
In my opinion. So I would like to let you know that America and Germany have proposed to me that they are scared of your military buildup, and they were trying to get me to agree to have a mutual defense pact with them at your expense.
That is very disturbing to hear. We want to see peace in the Korean Peninsula, and the conflict there, which has already blown up with Japan directly entering the war, is of grave concern to Beijing. We are very worried that this might spill on over into Chinese territory and are growing more and more concerned by not seeing this resolved by the day. We have no hostile intentions against the Germans or the Americans at all.
I completely understand, and I agree with you on your stance and will for the Korean Peninsula to maintain its its previous shape as it's currently not. However, it seems with our intervention forces, they are not enough to push back the.
They are not. I am going to, before too long, be suggesting direct interference by China, to be frank, but it is a very complex situation.
If you were to want to interfere in the Korean Peninsula, I think we could do some distractions within other parts of Europe to make sure that
if our allies in Russia would be willing to start a bit of a contention in Eastern Europe to get the Western eyes away from this region, China would be very appreciative.
Of course, I think we will make some moves on.
And we will show our things directly as well.
Of course, I will have to recall my intervention forces out of Korea. But I will.
Very well.
I will work towards.
China has things in hand here, and any help you need in the Eastern Europe situation. If you like, we can formally acknowledge the government of Transnistria and the right of it to be integrated by Ukraine.
That's something that I think would be very beneficial, as it would show foreign legitimacy for this government.
Perfect. We are going to go ahead and make a news article about that then.
Alright, then I'll be justifying.
Wonderful. And you will have the support of the Beijing government.
Thank you. I'll be off to Moscow, or off to speak with the Swedish.
Make a news article really quickly and throw it in here. Well, we haven't started a war there yet, so technically it hasn't happened. I don't know if you guys can see it, but if you want to see the news report we just did, we're basically going to get the West focused on Europe. So I don't know if you guys can see what I just linked you, but if you can, that's the news article I just put out. To get attention away from Korea for the moment. We're about to become a superpower, by the way, guys. We're very close. So I missed a bunch of stuff. Not trying, by the way, just trying to understand is better. Also, thank you for the full info. Thank you for the follow, Corn Farmer. Better and have played a couple, but completely clueless. Probably just trying to keep playing. Any good recommendation walkthroughs on how to play the game? I'm having a hard time understanding how to play this. Yeah, I've got a link for you. I put this together for new players a while back. There's a link to a bunch of really good videos for learning Hearts of Iron. I really recommend checking out the videos I linked here. I need to change the Grisha one. Where's Grisha? I'm gonna get rid of his link. I refuse to fucking support anything from that guy. Did I link one for him? I thought I did. Yeah, okay, let me remove this one. I'm not going to promote Grisha's shit, so let me just get rid of this. There we go. Alright. Yep, that's got a guide for you on how to learn, Point 4. Yeah, I made that before I found out all the horrible fucking things about him. So. Yeah, he's drinking the Kool-Aid. He also did a fucking Nazi officer cosplay, which... Yeah. He's a kid, man. He needs to grow up. Yeah, good luck. I hope that helps you, man. Getting there. Give it a follow, Botosaurus. Oh, what? The uniforms were supreme fashion, though. Too bad those are ruined forever. Yeah, Nazis ruined him pretty badly. I think most of his viewership are Russians or just try hard enough, like sweat hoi players. They don't give a shit about politics. They just want to learn how to make tanks go Bert. But I think most of his viewers are probably just Russians. Just saying. How are we looking? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now a superpower. We need a good song for reading this one. Hold on. That'll do. We had to reassure the world that we were no longer seeking hegemony in past decades when our nation was in much weaker position relative to the West. However, now that our country is no longer an underdeveloped nation, we no longer have to maintain this facade and can instead openly strive to replace the United States as sole global hegemon. We're a fucking superpower, boys. I saw that. Yeah, Tommy was doing Try to MD today. I didn't watch any of it. I'm not copying, by the way, guys. This is a continuation of game from a game last Sunday. So I'm not being like, oh, I'm gonna do what Tommy K did. Don't worry, not doing that. No, he actually streamed. He streamed MD well before me. He was streaming MD like a couple years ago. I would say I streamed a lot more MD than him. That I would say, but he was a streamer long before I was. And he has a video from I think like 2018 or 19 of him forming like the European Union as like in Millennium Dawn. So he's been playing it way longer than I have. Well, streaming it at least. No, I've never played any games with Tommy. I've never really had a desire to play in his server's games. I played in one, and I never plan on doing it again. He raided me once, which was really fucking cool. He raided me last year sometime, which was fucking awesome. Really nice of him. I'll show you the link that I just put, by the way. I don't know if you guys can see these images, but I'm gonna try and show you. This is the news we just put out. Yeah, Tommy's chill. Yeah, I can shoot you the link for it. MD. If you guys want to join the MD the Millennium Dawn Discord, this is it. I advise going in there. They like to show lots of like teasers and stuff, and it's a really chill community, so check it out. It's explaining the how-to, Coca-Cola. Go to the how-to for the Grand Campaign and it'll explain how to do it. Is he religious? I thought Tommy K was an agnostic or an atheist or something. I've never heard him talk religion. Here we go. Yep. This is the funnest thing to do is China, this focus right here. It removes peaceful coexistence so you can justify basically whatever you want, and increase world tension by 2. Basically, the whole world starts to hate you. Chinese aggression mechanic goes up by a bunch. China will have to exceed rather than simply undermine American influence in Africa and Asia in order to complete U.S. hegemony. And if we take in U.S. hegemony, it really fucks up America. Yeah, he's very technocratic. I hear that. Yeah, I thought he was pretty hardcore agnostic atheist. I thought so. Here we go. 29 days. God, the speed's killing me. Hatsuda's went down with us so we can justify in Korea. Yep. Exactly, buddy. There's a lot to be said for the merits of certain parts of technocracy, but much like most forms of absolutes, it's very lacking.
China.
Yes.
Diplomatic matters with the UN and NATO have come to a very hard area to cross, and it seems that like the only real option, well, when it comes to these conflicts, is warfare, direct warfare with NATO and the EU.
There are nuclear powers. That's something China is not willing to risk. I would suggest you do the same. Outmaneuvering them through threats is the way forward, Mr. Putin. You have been using those tactics for many years. I would advise you continue to do so.
It is to my attention, however, that they do not want you to reach your full potential, Mr. Premier.
I'm sure they do not, but I am 20 days away from completing a superpower status. If you look at China, you will notice that we are already now a superpower.
Right. If you do not want to be dragged into this, that is on your behalf. But Russian relations with NATO has come to a crippling halt, and I will discuss with them the chances of warfare.
Very well.
I do not plan to use nuclear weapons, and I will provide my every option I can. And I do not, even if warfare were to break out with NATO nations, nuclear retaliation is our last resort. a resort that we
I
do
understand.
not plan to use.
I would advise you do that within the next short period of time because I'm also about to do an ultimatum in Asia. So if you ultimatum them and I ultimatum them in Asia, perhaps they will stand down.
Right, I will go and speak with them now.
Very well. Tommy's chill, but like any Hoi 4 players, they have cringe moment. That's all I'll say about it. That's fair. Everyone has good and bad days, you know. Tommy K was the one who got me to actually start streaming. I've said that before. Watching Tommy K's streams and his YouTube videos made me want to stream because it just seemed like fun. I got back into Hearts of Iron last summer because I found, I used to watch Tommy K, like his YouTube back in the day, but I found like some of his recent YouTube videos, they got recommended to me on YouTube like last summer. I really started watching him much and I got back into Hoi 4, so he got me back into Hoi 4, which, yeah, so, got me streaming. Yep, same here. Yeah, last May, yeah, you were there in like the earliest days. You were there when I averaged like 1 viewer. All right, have a good one, Momoki. We could do that tomorrow. Have a good night, man. Benjamin Magnus. I don't know who that is. Never heard of him. I remember watching like Drew's videos back in the day too, before he went to like other stuff. When like Drew Donal, I watched his like time-lapse videos too, a little bit of those. That was cool. I wish he would do more of those, but he's got his own thing now. Yeah, true. No, Tommy and Buck Owen, they really made like Paradox a lot bigger. Tommy made Hoi really big. The Coens kind of helped to build up like a lot of different parts of Paradox, I gotta say. Mordred Viking's done a lot for community building too, which is why he fucking works for Paradox now. Like, man. I clicked on like the EU4 like tutorial, I think it was the Hoi 4 tutorial video, I saw Mordred Viking and I was like, oh shit. Fuck. He's a Paradoxian now. Fuck. Yeah, Mordred's a chill dude, man. He's cool as fuck. He taught me naval. He taught me Hoi 4 naval. I learned my Hoi 4 naval skills from Mordred Vikings videos. I can never get into his stuff. I never really enjoyed his YouTube videos much. Wonderful. Stable growth. I thought, did we not go about that? Nope, good fast growth. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We are full-blown superpower. Rival superpower. You know what that means, right, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, I love Feedback Bane. He doesn't stream enough, man. I watch most of his YouTube videos. I really like Feedback Gaming. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. He doesn't fucking stream enough, man. Like, Feedback Gaming streams are so chill. Hello?
The ultimatum was sent. They do not seem to want to cave. They said that a war with Korea or any war in the Baltic region will lead to direct war with NATO members.
If they choose to do so, I hope they understand, but we will be nuking South Korea, Japan, and America if they choose to enter this war. So they will be facing nuclear annihilation.
I think that's something that they are well aware of, and they choose to spit in the face of, because I've made it very apparent to what extent we are.
I will go meet with Mr. Obama then.
Of course, no problem at all.
Hello there.
Sounds better.
Hello.
This is Xi Jinping of the People's Republic of China.
How are you doing?
Not well, I'm afraid. This continued conflict in the Korean Peninsula is unacceptable to Beijing, and we will be intervening directly in order to ensure peace on the Korean Peninsula. I have heard worrying statements from our friends in Moscow that America is planning on declaring war.
Wait, what?
We do not currently back these claims.
We were made aware that if we went into Korea, America would attack us.
I wasn't aware.
Oh, well, it appears that we have heard false words. Well, in that case, let me make one thing very clear. China can no longer allow the instability in the Asian region involving Japan, Korea, and North Korea, and we are going to intervene directly.
Yes, I heard word of that, and we had agreed that that was okay.
Oh,
And
really?
It's if it crosses into Japan, that might be a problem. But
We will unfortunately have to invade Japan to capitulate them, but they will be kept safe. I think a ground war resulting in the capitulation of Japan is much better than a full-on war between, obviously, NATO and China, which would, of course, result in nuclear annihilation. I'm sure you would agree.
Why is Brazil guaranteeing the Netherlands?
America, you're thinking about the wrong place. We're on the other hemisphere.
Dude, I have my own shit to take care about, okay?
We won't get in your way. We just like to let you know. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
And we still... Yeah,
Sorry?
I don't know. Nothing, just as long as Japan stays independent.
Thank you for your time.
After eventual peace talks.
So we got lied to by Putin. He full-on fucking lied to us. Jesus. We're going to allow Japan to stay independent, but we are going to change their government. Wait, this isn't the right country. Hold on. This isn't the right country. That's not it. What you doing there, bud? Well, we asked for a distraction, and we got one. Jesus fuck, we got a distraction. Alright. Press hold on your keyboard, it takes you back to your nation. The fuck is home? Oh shit! I never knew that, Moist. Thank you, man. It's very inconvenient to hit that button, but that is very, very, very nice. I never knew that, thank you. Appreciate that, man. Now we just have to defeat the Japanese Navy. It does, yes, it does. How's American roleplay if they say that they don't care about Korea? Yeah, it's a questionable roleplay. To be fair, it's Donald Trump, so it's kind of realistic. I gotta say, normally I'd be like, oh yeah, it's not great roleplay, but it's Donald Trump. I think not understanding the issue and not really giving a shit about it is accurate Trump roleplay. So, you know, I'd say it's pretty accurate. Is there a way to do WSD movements? I've never tried. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Oh, fuck. We won't puppet Japan, though, because that would realistically start a war of America, even with Trump. So we'll just switch Japan's government, and we'll secure South Korea is what we'll do here. At that point, Asia's basically ours. Well, also, by the end of the game, we'll be able to go to Chinese tech dominance. We'll be able to go to quality engineering. So at that point... And then we could, if we had the time, we could also go for a space program. Actually, I might do that next instead. Having a space program would be pretty cool. Still around 200 days to go. For me, it slows it down, Moist. It would fall Major Bidoof. Almost done with machine learning. I think I can follow that Veda. Once we have a war goal, we can do a coordinated strike on Korea. We'll activate that right when we invade, too. Ooh, let's do this. No, hold it down and drag and release and repeat. No, doesn't work for me, man. Wait, maybe. Oh, I see what you mean. See, now it's not working. I'm not too sure. It's going back and forth. That's weird. Map painting incoming in 3, 2, 1. We have liftoff. They're gonna follow Flores. That is weird. I'm gonna it might be my mouse. My mouse is really shitty. I've had this thing for like 10 years. Europe is just getting absolutely destroyed, and NATO's just watching. We have a very stagnant USA under Donald Trump. And poor Germany is kind of just left by themselves right now. Yes, that would be why. We have almost full air doctrine, so our planes are going to be pretty unstoppable. You wish you had Discord? It's not hard to make an account, man. It's pretty easy. There is, believe it or not, there is an American player. Believe it or not, there is. Parents, it do be like that. I got you. We'll go to economic boom next.
The initial invasion of the Baltics and Poland has gone successfully. It seems that the NATO members are not as strong as they'd like to keep their teeth shut.
Indeed, they've allowed all of Eastern Europe to fall.
Within months.
That is very odd, I must say. It appears that it is NATO who is the paper tiger, not China.
I agree. We are currently planning a full-scale invasion of the rest of rest of the. You're leaving right now? We're about to go to war with Germany.
Yeah, but it's fucking 3
Bitch.
3:30.
Once we go to war with Germany.
Oh, you fuck off.
Once we go to war, okay. Once we go to war, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Okay, you'll be fine. We're almost over. It's almost over. Come on, dude. It's fun. It's fun. We're going to war with players, man.
We got like 30 minutes left, right?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Literally.
I have enough time to hopefully do a space launch. We'll see.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were like.
No.
This is the last day to save. That's the only
I know.
reason we even did anything.
I did what I made China a superpower, which is what I wanted to do. Was 780 factories, well, more with offices. So yeah, I did what I wanted.
All right, I just wanted to. Yeah, I know, because seeing everyone quit for this game essentially, right? So I'm like, all right, well.
You always get drop off in the second session. It's just how it goes.
Right. Because it seems like a lot of people want to do a new session. That's what I was told, at least.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry for breaking RP so hard.
No, you're fine.
I didn't want to tell you that's why we're doing it. I just kind of RP'd it, like, really hard.
That's fine.
All right, well, I'm glad you understand. I'm going to go back and plan the war plan.
Best of luck, Mr. Putin. Oh, hello.
America, huh? Well, I will be off to putting my war plans in Moscow.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna rush Japan and Korea. NATO is gonna go to war with Russia. There'll probably be nuclear strikes. And you know who will be left underneath all the ashes and all the destruction? Superpower China. That's a fucking dub. This is a roleplay game. There are no dubs. But you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be like a sweat tryharder, I promise. But you know what I mean. You know. There will be only one dominant economic power at the end of this decade, I suspect. Okay, so our total factory count, if we add up all our factories plus our office complexes, which aren't included in that count. By the way, guys, office complexes are not included in your factory count. Our factory count in 2010 right now is, let's see, 140 plus 180 is 920 factories. Fuck yeah. That's not bad. God, I can't wait to do a single-player China roleplay series. That'll be so fun. I know exactly what I'm gonna do with it too. Liechtenstein joined NATO. Oh shit! There's the NATO faction. Gonna have to be super defensive. Yep, we're gonna be careful here. Bruh. 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 We're just not gonna look over there. My role play. My role play. No, it's Trump. It's the Trumpster. God, man. Now they're justifying on Russia. All right, we got a bit of a rogue cannon over there, I gotta say. This is getting a little dangerous. Man's fucking annexed Brazil. This game's about to end. Oh, man. All right. Jesus. That's something else. My roleplay justification.
China, you're planning a military operation in Korea?
Given the insanity of the United States recently, we are starting to reconsider it. I'll be honest.
Well, I'll let you know that we are planning an invasion of the NATO nations, as they Americans have made it clear that they plan all full-scale war against us.
I can see that. I guess we wish you the best of luck, Mr. Putin.
I wish you the best. Hopefully the world will be a lot safer and a lot less American.
Indeed.
When we're done here. Goodbye.
Goodbye. 140 days to go. We'll see if we get there before the world goes up in nuclear flames. What's up, Shape? Yeah, Bolsonaro got PU'd, I guess. Yeah, this is a casual play game now, at best. Damn right. China will endure with our almost 1,000 factory count in 2010 with our superpower status. Yeah, they are very aggressive with their guarantee as well, but it is accurate. Britain was the original OG world police before America got blamed for it. You know that Team America movie they made about, like, making fun of America internationally? There needs to be, like, a prequel called Team Britain set in, like, 1850 with, like, fucking British puppets voiced by the South Park creators going around and forcing people to do heroin. I mean opium. Same thing. Bulgaria just got up to 30% for world tension, caused me to lose free. You go. Do be like that. The double prequel. Team Romanum. It's just a bunch of fucking Roman legionnaires kicking the shit out of like poor German tribesmen. Guys, we saved Rome. Gets fucking massacred by the Huns. That's a nuclear war. That's a nuclear war. Have a good one, Wild. I will see you around. Sure. Bolster the CNSA, which is our space agency. We're going to space. Given all the nuclear hellfire, Xi Jinping is ensuring that China is a way off planet right now. So we are developing, obviously, a better space program just in case we need to leave a nuclear ravaged world. Germany doesn't have nukes, but let's see. Is USA in it? Yep, USA is at war now. Russia and USA are at war. Fuck. But China will have a force field to protect itself from the world. At this rate, yes, literally. Our tech is so advanced. Our economy is just so far ahead. I think we have more than double the factories of the US now. Let me look. No, they've gone pretty quick. I will say they've gone pretty quick. We have maybe like 160% of the factories America does. Full air doctrine. It is. What's up, Bambi? Korea and Japan invested in China right before you invade them. They're trying to placate us. It won't work. $90 days. Yeah, British Communist Past is fun. I just hate having the roleplay pulley who is an actual fucking Stalin stooge, which is gross. It spits on all the proud communist history in Britain. Economic boom. 24 trillion GDP in 2010. Right, this is fucking... Yeah, it is. It's lame. I guess the United States is role-playing, right? Yeah, besides the annexing of Brazil, it's solid. More industry. More! Fuck. I swear to God, boys, if I have to read a paragraph of, like, fucking events that's just, like, edgy bullshit, I swear to fucking God. Well, that's good to hear. $25 minutes left in this game. Let's make it count. Why did Trump want to annex Brazil? It wasn't a role play. He just did it because he felt like it. There's a lot of casual role play in this one. I'll be doing realistic shit, like the violent uprising of Wales and Rwanda, stuff like that. That's actually kind of interesting. Damn. Yeah, if you do it tastefully, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I saw that Note's done a lot of work to incorporate all the mods for the RP mod already. I mean, the RP mod will actually probably be playable for us in multiplayer games within a couple months, I'd say. Once we have those main mods incorporated into it, then we're just adding in good focus trees at that point. We need to add the roleplay decisions too. Once we get those mods incorporated, which won't take a while, and we incorporate the roleplay decisions, we'll have a working roleplay mod at that point. So, at that point, I don't see an issue with starting to play them in our Discord, honestly. And then there will actually be a proper roleplay mod designed for roleplay. RT56 is solid for roleplay, but whenever people play Road to 56, they're in a casual roleplay mindset. So. So many days. God, the justifications take forever, and the speed is so goddamn slow. Nice. What game do you think you're going to be playing after this game? Tonight? Oh, after this game, I'm done, Bambi. Dog, what time is it? It's almost 10 p.m. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, and I did a 5-hour stream earlier of EU4, so I've been already streaming for 9 hours, almost 10 hours stream today. So this will be it for me. I'll be back streaming probably Thursday. Yeah, Thursday. So I'll be back on Thursday. This is the 4th day in a row of like over 8 hours straight of roleplay streams. So I'm gonna clock the fuck out, my man. I'm gonna go make some dinner and chill. It's not like last week, though. Last week for this game, I had to leave early because I was so fucking tired. Any mods for Vicky 2? I didn't see any in the Discord. We don't run Vicky 2 games, Zodi. We tried to run Vicky 2 once in the Discord. No one showed up for it. We might try one again in the future. We'll see. But it's also really unstable in multiplayer, so it's kind of hard to run Vicky 2 roleplay. Or multiplayer of really any sort, honestly. Sadly. If we can get a group together, I'd consider it. I know Jack's been one to run one for a while now, so I know he'd be happy to run one. See, but the thing is, last time we tried to host one, a bunch of people said they'd play too, and then, again, no one showed up, so I am hesitant to run one of those. Yeah. Small tip that might help for MP stability. It helps if you verify the files every time you rehost. Doing that, it made it to 1916. Really, Richard? I didn't know that one. I'll have to try that out. I did not know about that. Damn. Yeah, we never tried that, man. CK3, EU4, Vicky 2, Hoi 4, and Stellaris. Vicky 2 as well, Zodi. We're doing every single one, except for Imperator, because it's a piece of shit. Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thank you. I did not know that. Well, we can decide the poll in, let's see. I would say we decided now, but we'll wait until we declare. 45 days, so we'll find out if the U.S. wants to get involved or not. Bro, what the fuck is he doing? My immersion is fucking ruined. I bet he's buying countries. That was always Trump's wet dream after fucking Greenland. We need more influence in Africa and Asia, and we don't have time to do that. Yeah, he is annexing all of South America. Fuck. Since this isn't a roleplay game, we'll just do that for even more quick growth. Just throw some nukes and blow up, try and call it a night. My immersion is completely shot to shit. Yep, same here. I'm gonna declare war on Korea, and then we're gonna call it in like 20 minutes, so. Yeah, the incorporating shit is really fucking dumb. Even for a casual roleplay game, I don't like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking annoying me. I want to at least declare war on fucking Korea. God, but the speed, I'll pause. No, Russia's the host. It's gonna zoom in, that might speed it up a bit. If you zoom in, it slows lag sometimes. Well, since this is not a roleplay game, I might use some nukes. In roleplay games, I don't like to use nukes, but this is barely even a roleplay game anymore, so I think we might nuke Korea a little bit. We might do a little bit of nuking. Normally, I do not do shit like this, but since I don't really feel like this is a roleplay game anymore. Hey, got a bits, Kenny. Appreciate it, man. It's like our old R56 games. With 41 hits, everyone doesn't care. You want to hate it. Yeah, that's what's happening in this game. This isn't in our server, though. This is a different server. The games are normally pretty solid here, but it is a lot more casual, I will say that. But they're solid. I'm going to go back to the warm womb of my Discord where roleplay is actually done. Man. Every time I peek my head outside of my own server to play RP games, I always go like, why the fuck did I leave? And I go back. And then they'll play any other server's games for a fucking another month. By the way, I'm not trying to throw shade or anything. I'm just talking about my fucking roleplay purism that I've developed. I only play in proper roleplay games. That's what I'm doing right now. Like a total asshole. Yeah, true. The thing is, we don't have first strike, and I don't think we can change it. Let me look. Yeah, we can do it. Thank you for the bits, Bob. Appreciate you, man. Winnie's. God damn it, man. I will always name you. Didn't have to even do it. If you just said that, I would have done it anyway. I will never not make fun of Winnie the Pooh. So yes, of course. Winnie's fist. That's a good one. Dude, in my in the last YouTube video I made for like the end of like the third episode of the last roleplay series I did for our MD multiplayer series. For some of you know, if you see my YouTube videos, I'll put up like basically a picture of the leader on the side with their flag so people know who's talking. And I normally just do a picture of the leader, but in that last video I had a talk with Xi Jinping, and I put up a picture of Winnie the Pooh and the flag of China instead, just so I can get murdered by a Chinese hit squad in the night, you know. Yeah. For that exact reason. Just saying. I was laughing while I was doing that. Dude, I was fucking editing that video. I was like laughing. My poor aunt downstairs never knows what the fuck I'm doing up here. Just laughing while I make fucking stupid political humor. How long we got? 24 days. Almost there. Yeah, one day, guys, one day I will show up in the stream. I'm gonna be gone. I'm gonna be starved. I will have not a stream for a month. I will have clear bruise marks on my body, and the whole stream will be, it'll be me playing China Millennium Dawn, talking about how great Xi Jinping is and how the CCP party loves you and all of America. That's what'll happen. Then I'll just only stream Millennium Dawn China, talking about how great they are. Anyway. 20 days, let's get this done. I'm ready to fucking call this stream, to be honest. I had to play my Chinese playlist one last time before we call this. Long March. I'd pay for you to get assassinated by a Chinese hit squad because it would be a funny news article. That would be a funny news article. Fuck. Hearts of Iron streamer gets murdered by Chinese hit squad after talking enough shit on Xi Jinping. That would be a worthy death. That would be pretty fucking funny to die a meme. God. "13 days. About ready." Well, we're not getting the roleplay in we wanted, but at least we're gonna get a go for Korea. This game has 10 minutes left too, so. Vietnam declared on the Philippines. Those are AI. Must have been a debt war, I think. I do prefer innings that are actually roleplay, though. I gotta say, I do prefer them a lot more. Reports of my death have been overblown. 1 week. Bad timing. All right. It's time. Let's fucking do it. Well, we'll do it this way. Fucking up their navies. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Normally, I would never do this in an RP game, but this, after the shit that America's been doing, I don't think this is a role-play game anymore, so. We're gonna have some fun. Oh.
Yeah, we're calling it here because we kind of had a massive stalemate on the front line.
Gotcha. Shit. I was just about to take Assault, but alrighty. Sounds good.
I mean, you're winning that war.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was hella fun. I had fun. We just had to, had to find, because everyone wanted to restart. So I'm like, I need to find a reason to end this game today. Because nothing was happening.
Oh, yeah. Well, Asia is about to get spicy, but yeah, it sounds good. This game was about to be
My
over.
thing is like, because you know America wasn't going to intervene with that, right?
Oh, yeah.
What was so crazy to me is they kind of like decided not to intervene in like anything.
Yeah, it would. I don't know. The U.S. didn't really roleplay, as far as I'm concerned. But...
Yeah.
I'm gonna go in my stream. Good playing with you though.
I mean, I had a lot of fun.
Oh, I had fun too. Superpower China. Fuck yeah.
No, wait, no, you're not allowed to end your stream yet. Hold on.
What?
No, don't end your stream yet. Hold on. You gotta do things. Before you end your stream, it has to be done, okay?
Wait, what?
Continue. Hold on, before you go.
My music's too loud. I'm blasting Chinese propaganda music.
Dude, that's the win, dude. I was playing Russian propaganda for a while. One
Shit.
second.
All right, folks. We are gonna end here though. This was
Not yet. Please, I'm begging. I gotta see. Okay, it's just condition.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, Bailey. Thank you. I'm
Yeah,
literally about to go raid someone else, but.
Oh shit! Well, then send the funny dude. My only condition is that you get these people to say Bo Cohen raid when you invade them. Okay? You invade them, and when you say Bo Cohen.
I don't want to do false advertising to be a Cohen raid. We get people hyped for that. Thank you for the raid, though. All right, I'm gonna go in my stream now.
No problem, dude. Yeah, hell no.
One play with you.
Cool. It was hella fun, man. We're gonna try to do another game next weekend. So.
Oh, for sure. All right.
If you want to play Sunday, that's cool. If you don't,
I will have to think about that. I'll be honest.
You're a busy man. Well, we're thinking about if we want to do Millennium Dawn or if we want to do Kaiserreich or something.
For sure. Kaiserreich is broken. We tried. I do warn you. We tried that this week. So.
Okay, then Kaiserreich is off the table.
All right, I'm gonna go in my stream because I'm so fucking hungry. I want to go eat dinner. So.
Oh, that's fair, man. Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, of course.
We can talk about if you are available for an RP game next weekend. We can talk about.
I'll have to look. I'll look at what I want to do because we have a lot of games planned this week, and I have to decide what I actually want to play in or not. So, yeah.
All right, bye. All right, man. Well, I'll see you later.
Catch you soon. Bye. All right, we're gonna end game. I'm fucking exhausted and tired and hungry. All the emotions. But we're gonna end here. We're gonna go raid Garrett. I think he's streaming right now. I haven't raided him in a long time. Yep. Garrett Hart's a cool dude. He is streaming some Millennium Dawn, so we're gonna go raid him. He's a solid guy. Cool dude. I've played a few games with him. He's a very good role player. So, all right. I am going to end here. There's a small, infinitesimally small chance I'll stream a CK game tomorrow, but almost certainly not. I will be back Thursday with some Ambinar roleplay, which is a fantasy D&D / Lord of the Rings themed submod for EU4. You're welcome to join. That's open to everyone. So that'll be Thursday, and then after that, we'll probably keep going that Venice EU4 single player game. And then Friday, what do we have Friday? So many games. Friday is D&D, the continuation of our Curse of Strahd D&D game. Saturday, we have Millennium Dawn Roleplay, the continuation of the India game. And then next Sunday, we have the continuation of our EU4 roleplay. So thank you for the follow, Ferrella. So, all right, guys. All right, folks, I hope you enjoyed. Have a good night.